Chapter 578. Actually, it was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand. Those two 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts had similar strengths. According to the law of survival of demon beasts, unless it was because of some treasure, otherwise, two demon beasts with similar strengths would normally not fight to the death. I can only go take a look when I have the time in the future. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Fortunately, you rushed over in time. Qin Shao Shui heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out under his curiosity to detect the cultivations of the three people by his side. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and he looked at Su Li in astonishment. Heavens! What did he notice? Su Li had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void-prying stage. I originally thought that after breaking through to the 7th level of the void-prying stage this time, I would be able to catch up to Su Li in terms of cultivation. But I never imagined that he would actually break through 3 levels like me. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whereas the improvement of Qin Shao Shui and Luo Zhan's cultivations caused him to be shocked as well, 6th level of the void-prying stage. They'd both broken through 2 levels. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the saber young master, Long Yun. 8th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Long Yun's improvement was actually almost the same as Su Li's. Looks like their improvement is related to the master behind them. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian easily guessed this. Who's that person? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked towards the high platform and noticed the old man that was in confrontation with Qi Ming. I don't know him. Luo Zhan and the others shook their heads. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a gaze that contained killing intent had locked onto him. Duan Lingtian didn't have to look as he was able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was definitely that Prince Sheng. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Prince Sheng, and instead looked at the white-robed middle-aged man that sat at the head of the high platform. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. He had an imposing appearance. At first glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Especially that blood-soaked red mole between his eyebrows, it was even more unforgettable. This is the Prince of Yong. Luo Zhan introduced it to Duan Lingtian with a dignified expression. Prince of Yong? Duan Lingtian stared blankly, curiously asking, who is this Prince of Yong? King Yong is the second brother of the current emperor of the Darkstone Empire, and he's the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. More than 10 years ago, there were rumors that his cultivation was close to the void interpretation stage. Luo Zhan said. Close to the void interpretation stage more than 10 years ago. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Doesn't that mean that it's very likely that the current him has already broken through to the void interpretation stage? He has most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. Qin Shao Shui nodded. Profound void martial stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Prince of Yong. His spiritual force stretched out to envelop Prince of Yong with the intention of prying into Prince of Yong's cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When his spiritual force touched Prince of Yong, it was as if it had collided with a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. This feeling was no different than when he investigated the pavilion master of the Darkhan dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, Xiangying. As expected, he's an expert that has stepped into the 3rd void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as he confirmed it. He was confident. Even if it was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, he would be able to detect it with his current spiritual force. Only martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above would cause him to be powerless. His current spiritual force was pushed to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage along with his cultivation breaking through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. It was 2 levels higher than his cultivation in the end. Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force in a timely manner. If time passed, then as a void interpretation stage expert, Prince of Yong, even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would still be able to notice that someone was spying on him. A void interpretation stage expert wasn't as simple as possessing shocking strength. Everyone. Prince of Yong, who was on the high platform, suddenly stood up and looked at the surroundings, and his voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Firstly, I respectfully represent the Darkstone Empire's imperial family to welcome everyone to the Darkstone Empire and the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire. It's been hard on you from the long journey. Prince of Yong's words were obviously spoken to the representatives and young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Thank you for your concern, Prince of Yong. Instantly, the representatives of the various imperial kingdoms stood up and were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Prince of Yong nodded, and then he continued. Today, the young geniuses of the various powers of my Darkstone Empire and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms have gathered here for a single purpose. That is to decide on the 10 strongest people to head to the Darkhan dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Prince of Yong's words were spoken clearly and resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as Prince of Yong finished speaking, the gazes of the group of young geniuses including Duan Lingtian lit up. They were standing here today for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The rules of the young genius competition today are extremely simple. Decide on the 9 great ring masters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of suppressing the 9 great ring masters. Prince of Yong continued. Number 1 young genius of the empire? Prince of Yong's words caused the breathing of most of the young geniuses present to become slightly hurried. What sort of special honor was this? Amongst the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only Duan Lingtian and Su Li were comparatively composed. Duan Lingtian, do you think the number 1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. There ought to be. After all, the young genius competition this time is held by the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian guessed. Prince of Yong. Suddenly, a young genius from some unknown power or imperial kingdom looked at Prince of Yong and asked respectfully. I wonder if the person that obtains the honor of being the number 1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other and smiled. Looks like it wasn't only the two of them that were concerned about this. For a time, the young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms, and all the representatives looked at Prince of Yong. Even the spectators that were watching the show looked at Prince of Yong. Obviously, they were all curious. Of course. Prince of Yong's expression remained unchanged when faced with a myriad of gazes, and he nodded. Subsequently, under the focused gazes of the numerous burning gazes, Prince of Yong continued. Today, the person that becomes eminent in the young genius competition held by our Darkstone Empire's imperial family and seizes the honor of being the number 1 young genius of the empire will obtain the Void Fuse fruit that our imperial family has prepared for him. Void Fuse fruit. As soon as Prince of Yong said this, everyone present was moved. Void Fuse fruit? Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes burned with extreme desire. No matter if it was the Void Refining fruit, Void Reserve fruit, or this Void Fuse fruit that Duan Lingtian had consumed earlier, all of them were spirit fruits consumed by Void Prying stage martial artists. The medicinal strength of the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit were equal. The medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit was instead the sum of the 2 spirit fruits from before. Moreover, it wouldn't conflict with the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits from before. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit earlier, the situation of the medicinal strength gradually decreasing wouldn't occur after he consumed the Void Fuse fruit. The Void Fuse fruit is able to allow a martial artist that has just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage to break through to the Void Initiation stage in one go in a short period of time. Someone cried out in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere of the scene was lit ablaze. I'm determined to obtain the Void Fuse fruit. Humph. In your dreams. This Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. I think all of you are dreaming. The void fuse fruit is surely mine. The group of young geniuses started debating. Everyone was filled with confidence towards themselves. Void fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with bright lights, and he had a resolute expression. With the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit, once I consume it, I might even be able to break through 2 levels in one go in a short period of time and step into the 9th level of the void prying stage. In this way, even if I'm unable to obtain the ageless root and refine the rebirth pill before the dynasty martial competition of the Darkhan dynasty, I'll similarly have the chance to break through to the void initiation stage as soon as possible. So long as I break through to the void initiation stage, I'll work together with the other 8 people to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's mood surged to the extreme. The ageless root was too difficult to come by. He didn't dare completely place his hopes on it. Whereas now, the void fuse fruit would be another opportunity for him. I wonder if there's an existence at the void initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses present. If there is, I'll surely not be a match for them. Whereas even if he obtains the void fuse fruit, it wouldn't be of much use. At that time, if I use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for it, I presume he wouldn't refuse. If there's no existence at the void initiation stage or above, I wonder if there's a 9th level void prying stage inscription master present. An existence like this is the most troublesome to me. My soul skill, 1000 illusions, is useless, and he probably wouldn't give up the void fuse fruit for a grade 4 spirit weapon. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun, he was slightly worried as he thought up to this point. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out with the intention of detecting the cultivations of the young geniuses present. But his spiritual force had only just stretched out. He noticed 3 spiritual forces that were even stronger than him sweeping over, and it shocked him to the point he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. Void initiation stage spiritual force? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and then he looked towards the high platform. Looks like there are 3 more inscription masters on this high platform. Earlier, I used my spiritual force to detect King Yong, and the reason they didn't react was probably because they were afraid of King Yong's dignity. Earlier, when I wanted to detect the ability of the young geniuses of the various powers, their spiritual forces appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly guessed this. Of course, even if those 3 inscription masters noticed Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, they didn't know exactly who the owner of the spiritual force was. After all, Duan Lingtian had withdrawn his spiritual force at the first possible moment. On the other hand, because Duan Lingtian didn't follow those 3 spiritual forces, he was unable to discover who the owner of those 3 spiritual forces was. Looks like I can only take one step at a time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, if he were to use his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of the young geniuses present, it was very likely that he would be obstructed by those 3 inscription masters. Chapter 579. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When faced with the temptation of the void fuse fruit, most of the young geniuses, including him, were filled with yearning. Only 2 people seemed to not care in the slightest. Su Li, Long Yun. They each have a master that came from the foreign lands. Perhaps they've already consumed the void fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. The effect of the void fuse fruit would be greatly reduced the second time it was consumed, and the assistance it provided was next to nothing. Su Li, you've consumed the void fuse fruit? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Su Li via voice transmission. Su Li nodded when he heard this, and he replied via voice transmission. Not long ago, Master gave me a void fuse fruit. I haven't completely digested the medicinal strength. So long as I completely digest the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit, it'll be sufficient for me to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. Void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at Su Li with slight astonishment. Su Li, you've comprehended sword concept? Su Li said that so long as he finished digesting the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit, he'd be able to directly break through to the void initiation stage. These words were sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian's imagination to run wild. Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. I comprehended it 2 months ago. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian was right. He comprehended sword concept 2 months ago. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Li's comprehension ability shocked him. Thinking back to that day, Su Li had appeared before Duan Lingtian as a sword cultivator. The red-clothed youth that showed outstanding talent in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had actually grown to such an extent today. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Even if Su Li's cultivation was accumulated by Su Li's master from the foreign lands using various treasures of heaven and earth. However, Su Li's comprehension of concept was completely dependent on his own comprehension ability. Su Li's comprehension ability could be said to be shocking. Su Li was simply a sword cultivator that was born for the sword. Duan Lingtian, I'll do my best in the young genius competition this time. If I obtain the first, then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Su Li's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more. It made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. He could hear the sincerity in Su Li's promise. Warmth rose in his heart. Su Li, don't underestimate me. The current you might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice and laughed. His tone was filled with confidence. I'll wait and see. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, King Yong, who stood on the high platform, spoke out once more. Now, I'll give all of you 15 minutes to rest and reorganize. After 15 minutes, the young genius competition this time will officially begin. 15 minutes. Hearing the Prince of Yang's words, the originally tense group of young talents all breathed a sigh of relief. A portion of them started to stretch their limbs. The young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms were in a state of mutual hostility. Duan Lingtian, I'll defeat you today. A voice that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't turn around, he was still able to discern that this was the voice of the saber young master, Long Yun. I really look forward to it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and he seemed to not take Long Yun's words to heart. Looks like it's just as revered Elder Wei said, there's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. An extremely mocking voice sounded out by the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was the first to look over with a frown. He saw a young man around the age of 35 walk over shoulder to shoulder with another 4 young men around the age of 30, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with mocking expressions. The person that mocked them was precisely the young man around the age of 35. 2 little kids that I've never heard of in the past actually occupy 2 of the positions of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like the so-called 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only a joke. Another young man ridiculed. Ridicule appeared on the faces of the other 3 young men. Right when the faces of Luo Zhan, Chen Xiaoshui, and Long Yun went grim. Idiots. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 5 of them as he slowly spat out 2 words. Right at that instant earlier, Duan Lingtian received Qi Ming's voice transmission. He found out about the identities of these 5 people. The 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the old fellow that went against Qi Ming earlier was precisely the revered elder of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and he was one of the 2 representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. That old fellow was called Wei Kuan. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit courteous to the 5 people that took the initiative to provoke him. You. What did you call us? The expressions of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom went grim. Luo Zhan started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and wanton. You idiots, is there something wrong with your ears? I heard long ago that the Bazo Imperial Kingdom is filled with idiots. Now that I've seen it today, it really deserves its reputation. Chen Xiaoshui ridiculed as well, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Obviously, Chen Xiaoshui and the others had received the reminder of Qi Ming's voice transmission, and they knew the identities of these people. Trash. Long Yun glanced at the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom with contempt, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Long Yun stood on the same side as Duan Lingtian and the others. They represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They shared honor and disgrace with outsiders. Idiots. Trash. The faces of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were livid, and their bodies were even angered to the point of shivering. When had they been humiliated like this? All of you are courting death. The young man around the age of 35 from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Once the young genius competition begins, I'll surely trample all of you beneath my feet. I'll let all of you know who's the real trash. All of you've infuriated me, all of you are dead. The other young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom licked his dry lips, and his gaze was filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. You 2 little kids, your hair hasn't even grown fully, yet you dare come to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the young genius competition. Today, I'll surely teach all of you a good lesson. Another young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a gaze filled with viciousness. The remaining 2 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had killing intent flickering within their eyes without exception. Then we'll see. Luo Zhan sneered. Along with the departure of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the area Duan Lingtian's group of 5 were at return to calm. This was only a small incident. It didn't even draw the attention of many people. Only the 4 representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom paid attention to this. 15 minutes of time passed by quickly. Now, a combat ring master will ascend each of the 9 combat rings, and the others can go up and challenge them one-on-one. In the end, the 9 great combat ring masters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of defeating the 9 combat ring masters will be decided. King Yong stood up once more, and his extremely sonorous voice sounded out. Only spirit weapons can be utilized in the young genius competition today, and no other external forces are allowed. King Yong continued. Other external forces included inscriptions and other forces that didn't belong to one's own. Duan Lingtian, where's little gold? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked curiously. In the past, the little gold mouse had always stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and he'd already become accustomed to it. Earlier, he felt that Duan Lingtian was missing something. Through King Yong's reminder, he finally recalled the little gold mouse. I don't know where it is now. It's lost. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Got lost? Luo Zhan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. How did it get lost? Chen Xiao Shui asked. Even though Su Li didn't ask, he looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. It's a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian sighed. Sandstorm? Luo Zhan and the others were first stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you went to the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty? Chen Xiao Shui took a deep breath and asked. In the Darkhan dynasty, only the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty's territory had a sandstorm. This was something that anyone with a bit of common sense knew clearly. Luo Zhan and Su Li were no exception. You didn't die even after encountering a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Long Yun looked at Duan Lingtian as battle-intent soared in his eyes. Looks like even the heavens want you to lose at my hands. Long Yun, you seem to be extremely confident of yourself now. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Long Yun. The latter raised his head, and his face was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian, why did you go to the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty? Su Li asked via voice transmission. His tone was filled with bewilderment. I originally intended to go take a look at the Darkhan dynasty, but unexpectedly, I actually entered the southern desert by mistake. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. He didn't speak the truth. After all, the rebirth pill was his secret. Perhaps Su Li wouldn't covet his rebirth pill. But the temptation of the rebirth pill was truly too great. Even Su Li's master that came from the foreign lands would probably be unable to resist the temptation of the rebirth pill. So, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not expose the rebirth pill. For the sake of protecting himself and the people by his side. Su Li nodded with sudden understanding and didn't doubt it. Meanwhile, there were already 9 young geniuses that were the first to ascend the 9 combat rings, and they became the first arena masters of the combat rings. Besides the 9 young geniuses that followed up, the remaining young geniuses stood outside the combat rings as spectators. In next to no time, the 9 fierce battles began. On the 9 combat rings, numerous figures moved like the wind as sabers and swords moved about, and the battles were like a raging fire. 12 4th-level void prying stage martial artists, 6 5th-level void prying stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw through the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes above the 18 people on the combat rings. In next to no time, the outcome of the 9 combat rings was decided successively. 6 5th-level void prying stage young geniuses obtained victory as they wished. On the other 2 combat rings, one of the 3 4th-level void prying stage martial artists relied on the might of the spirit weapon in his hand, and the other 2 relied on the force that surpassed their opponents to defeat their opponents. Good. Good. Chapter 580. Bang. 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 Numerous deafening noises sounded out from the 9 combat rings. It was the numerous figures that were either standing on the combat rings or floating in the air above the combat rings that were fighting each other until the outcome was decided. Occasionally, there would be someone that wasn't able to admit defeat in time and was killed. Every time this happened, the expression of the representative of the power that the young genius that was killed belonged to would be extremely gloomy. But they didn't dare do anything. The Darkstone Empire's young genius competition had a rule. So long as one ascended one of the 9 combat rings, one had to either leave the combat ring far away and admit defeat, or open their mouths and admit defeat, otherwise, even if one died, it would be a meaningless death. It's that person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Suddenly, Qin Shao Shuai's voice caused Duan Lingtian to recover from his shock. Duan Lingtian followed Qin Shao Shuai's gaze and looked over. One of the 5 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had already ascended the combat ring. His opponent was a 5th-level void prying stage young genius that had comprehended half-step advanced force. Their ages were similar. You're not a match for me. The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke indifferently with a voice that was cold like ice. We'll only know if I'm a match for you after we try. His opponent naturally couldn't bear to see his arrogance, and directly attacked. Whoosh! The figure of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom swayed like the wind as he stepped on origin energy that skyrocketed beneath his feet, and it was suffused with strands of azure-colored energy. Half-step advanced wind force. The strength of this young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom was equal to his opponent. But because of the advantage of wind force and speed, his opponent was unable to keep up with his speed. Don't flee if you have the balls. His opponent's expression was gloomy as he shouted out furiously. As you wish. At the instant he finished speaking, the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom turned around and pounced towards his opponent. Swish! A swift 3-foot-long blade whistled out, and it was filled with raging origin energy as it fiercely stabbed towards his opponent. Clang! The sound of iron colliding sounded out as the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom easily blasted open the spirit saber in his opponent's hand. Subsequently, swish! The spirit sword in his hand was sent into his opponent's chest, and it passed through his body. His opponent had been killed by him. Ping-er! Immediately, on the high platform, an old man stood up, trembling. His voice was incomparably mournful. The gaze he shot at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was filled with killing intent. Sit down. A dignified voice rang out, causing the old man to tremble and obediently sit back down. The owner of the dignified voice was precisely the Prince of Yong. In next to no time, someone dragged the corpse of the young genius away. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian had watched the battle from the beginning to the end. The reason the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was able to win was because he relied on the Grade 5 Spirit Sword in his hand. His opponent only had a 6th grade spirit artifact. After the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom killed his opponent and obtained victory, he looked provocatively at the place Duan Ling Tian and the others were at, and he laughed in ridicule in a loud voice. Trash of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Do any of you dare come up and battle me? The trash from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The words of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom caused the gazes of most people present to become strange. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure moved slightly, intending to ascend the combat ring. Slap! Unexpectedly, a hand descended onto his shoulder first and stopped him. I'll do it. The person that stopped him was precisely Qin Shao Shuai. Swoosh! Qin Shao Shuai's figure flashed to descend onto the combat ring. Not bad, you finally have some courage. I thought that the members of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were all cowards. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Qin Shao Shuai with eyes filled with killing intent. But since you've ascended the combat ring, then don't think of leaving alive. As soon as the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. This young man wants to kill this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Look at his attack earlier, it was extremely ruthless and without the slightest mercy. This young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is probably doomed. I don't think so. Since this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dares ascend the combat ring, I presume he's extremely confident of himself. I think so as well. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Some looked favorably upon the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and some looked favorably upon Qin Shao Shuai. How's your strength amongst the 5 people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom? Qin Shao Shuai looked indifferently at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he asked indifferently. My strength can only be considered to be at the bottom amongst the 5 people from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom. But it's more than enough to deal with you. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly as he spoke with disdain. Is that so? Qin Shao Shuai laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that kills you is one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you look down upon, Sword Young Master. Qin Shao Shuai's words were spoken word by word, along with him finishing speaking. Whoosh! Qin Shao Shuai moved, and he instantly approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, 5th level of the void prying stage. Many people present couldn't help but be stunned, as they never imagined that Qin Shao Shuai was only a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. He's actually at the 5th level of the void prying stage as well. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao Shuai. This fellow is actually still pretending to be weak to eat the strong. Duan Ling Tian had a strange gaze. He'd seen through Qin Shao Shuai's cultivation since long ago. Presently, Qin Shao Shuai was already in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Whereas the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had even more disdain in his eyes when he saw Qin Shao Shuai flash over and reveal a strength at the 5th level of the void prying stage. When he saw Qin Shao Shuai arrive nearby before him and condense a sword with a raise of his hand, and he didn't even utilize a spirit weapon. Since you want to seek death, then I'll let you die. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out coldly, and the sword in his hand casually swung out. He couldn't even be bothered to utilize his full strength in this sword strike. He only utilized the strength of 9,000 plus ancient mammoths. As far as he was concerned, there was utterly no need for him to utilize his full strength against an arrogant 5th level void prying stage martial artist that didn't utilize a spirit weapon. Qi Ming, your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master is probably going to die at the hands of a young genius from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom today. Ha 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 ha. On the high platform, an arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Qi Ming's ears. Wei Kuan, aren't you happy a little too early? Qi Ming wasn't willing to show weakness, and he sneered as he replied via voice transmission. Practically at the instant that the revered elder of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, was stunned. A tremendous change had occurred in the situation on the combat ring. The origin energy on the sword condensed from origin energy in the hand of Qin Shao Shuai, who approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, abruptly skyrocketed. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky had instantly increased to 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. 6th level of the void prying stage. He concealed his cultivation. At this instant, the same thought emerged in the minds of everyone present. Wei Kuan's face went grim, and then he consoled himself. So what if he possesses the strength of 8,000 ancient mammoths? Presently, it's already too late for him to utilize a spirit weapon. Unless he comprehended advanced force. Otherwise, he'll die for sure. Swish. Along with the sword condensed from origin energy in Qin Shao Shuai's hand flashing out, it transformed into a bolt of lightning that moved to intercept the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Strands of peerlessly sharp aura started to jump about on the bolt of lightning in Qin Shao Shuai's hand. Whoosh! In the sky, another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes converged into an ancient horned dragon silhouette that coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Advanced sword force. Instantly, many people in the surroundings of the combat ring shouted out in shock. How could this be possible? Wei Kuan even left his seat as his face went grim. He was still consoling himself earlier. It ought to be impossible for this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master to comprehend advanced force. Yet at this instant, the young man had played an enormous joke on him. He had really used the minute force. Qin Shao Shuai's sword strike that contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon whistled out to blast away the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. At the instant the young man's face went grim and intended to utilize an even stronger strength. Swish! The sword that was condensed from origin energy in Qin Shao Shuai's hand was sent into the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Along with his origin energy dispersing. A hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and fresh blood seemed as if it was free as it ceaselessly gushed out. No. No, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom stretched out his hand to hold tightly onto his throat, and his body trembled as he struggled to look at Qin Shao Shuai. After a short moment, fresh blood dyed his hands red. Bang! Finally, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom crashed to the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. Of course, he wasn't surprised that Qin Shao Shuai was able to kill this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. He was surprised that Qin Shao Shuai didn't even use a spirit sword to kill the young man. Carelessness caused him to die instantly. But even if he wasn't careless, even if he exerted his full strength, so long as sword young master utilized a spirit sword, he would similarly be able to kill him instantly. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. At the moment sword young master, Qin Shao Shuai, ascended the combat ring, the fate of this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was already determined, and it was irreversible. 6th level of the void prying stage. Advanced sword force. Grade 5 spirit sword. If an existence like this wanted to kill a martial artist that had merely comprehended half-step advanced wind force and was only at the 5th level of the void prying stage, it couldn't be any easier. I never imagined that he would have comprehended advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Shao Shuai and sighed in his heart. Even though he'd used his spiritual force to detect Qin Shao Shuai's cultivation since long ago. But he was completely unaware of Qin Shao Shuai's comprehension of sword force. There's actually a person with such comprehension ability in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Look at his age, he's only a little over 30. Comprehending advanced sword force is truly shocking. I've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This sword young master seems to be only ranked 4th. What? He's only ranked 4th? Doesn't that mean that there are 3 people that are stronger than him? On the high platform, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms discussed animatedly. Some of the representatives of the imperial kingdoms had heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 581. As Sword Young Master displayed his astonishing strength. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was well known by the people present. After all, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the numerous imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Many people of the Darkstone Empire hadn't even heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before today. Ranked 4th among the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Now, many people were looking forward to it. They anticipated that the top 3 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would make a move. Humph. On the other hand, the expressions of Wei Kuan and the other representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that sat on the high platform were extremely unsightly. Especially Wei Kuan. Just now, he was still being smug in front of Qi Ming. In this short while, he slapped his own face. He couldn't help but feel extremely ashamed. Reverend Wei, thank you for letting me win. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan, who had an unsightly expression, and spoke via voice transmission. There was no lack of schadenfreude in her tone. Wei Kuan's body trembled slightly as his eyes flickered with cold killing intent. His gaze quickly descended onto the young man around the age of 35 amongst the 4 remaining young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Chang Xian, go kill him. The person Wei Kuan called out was precisely the strongest person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. The 4 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, including Chang Xian, were extremely ashamed and furious at the instant they saw their companions being killed. Now, when Chang Xian heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, his eyes emitted frightening cold lights as he nodded lightly. Whoosh! Chang Xian's figure moved, flying out and standing on the battle arena, facing off against Qin Shao Shuai. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master. Today, I, Chang Xian, the number 1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, will battle you. Chang Xian said in a deep voice. His cold eyes were fixed on Qin Shao Shuai. He was looking for an opportunity. An opportunity to catch Qin Shao Shuai off guard and kill him in one fell swoop. Sword Prince. Duan Lingtian, who was outside the combat ring, withdrew his spiritual force that swept towards Chang Xian, and he frowned as he sent a voice transmission into Qin Shao Shuai's ears. He's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. 7th level void prying stage. Qin Shao Shuai's pupils shrank when he heard this. Chang Xian dared to come out at this time. He knew that Chang Xian was stronger than the person he had just killed. But he never thought about it. This Chang Xian was actually a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian, how did you know? Qin Shao Shuai was stunned. Don't ask so many questions now, just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he saw the elemental energy on Chang Xian's body begin to fluctuate. He used his elemental energy to urge Chang Xian. I admit defeat. Qin Shao Shuai heard the urgency in Duan Lingtian's words. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly admitted defeat. Admit defeat? This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. They were originally looking forward to a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? You actually admitted defeat? Chang Xian looked at Qin Shao Shuai with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body gradually rose. You're at the 7th level of the void prying stage, and you ought to possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if you haven't comprehended advanced force, I'm still not a match for you. Qin Shao Shuai smiled and left the combat ring in a poised manner. Only Chang Xian's expression went grim. You. How did you know? At the instant Chang Xian's expression went grim, the origin energy on his body rose to the limit. Whoosh. In the sky above him, an ancient horned dragon silhouette condensed into form, and it was lifelike. It's really the 7th level of the void prying stage. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Damn it. On the high platform, Wei Kuan's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How does this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master know of Xianxia's cultivation? Qi Ming instead started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Duan Lingtian, thank you. After Qin Shao Shuai left the combat ring, he stood by Duan Lingtian's side and looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky above Changxian, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. When did you become so polite? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he replied via voice transmission. If it wasn't for you reminding me, I wouldn't have been able to escape death if I wasn't prepared. Qin Shao Shuai had a serious expression. Sword young master, how do you know that he's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist? Luo Zhan looked at Qin Shao Shuai and asked curiously. Qin Shao Shuai shrugged and smiled, and he didn't say anything. Luo Zhan thought that Qin Shao Shuai had something that was difficult to say, and he didn't ask any further. Perhaps, Luo Zhan never imagined no matter what. Earlier, it was utterly not Qin Shao Shuai that saw through Changxian's cultivation. Duan Lingtian, how did you do it? Qin Shao Shuai asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. It's a secret. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Qin Shao Shuai, and Qin Shao Shuai rolled his eyes in return. But he discerned that Duan Lingtian didn't want to say, so he didn't continue pursuing the matter. Do members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only know how to flee in the face of battle? They don't even have the courage to battle me, Changxian. How lamentable. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice of ridicule sounded out. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the others went grim as they glared angrily at Changxian, who stood on the combat ring. What are you glaring at? Could it be that I'm wrong? Does anyone in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dare battle me? Changxian ridiculed. The members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are trash as expected. Exactly, a group of trash. The other 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others had become the center of attention. Even the battles on the other 8 combat rings weren't watched by many people. Right at this moment. Humph. A cold snort sounded out abruptly. Subsequently, a swift figure dashed out like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had flashed onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with Changxian. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian originally intended to ascend the combat ring and put an end to Changxian's might. But never had he imagined that the saber young master, Long Yun, had ascended the combat ring before him. Is the saber young master a match for him? Luo Zhan and Qin Shao Shuai were slightly worried. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian and Su Li practically spoke at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. Subsequently, the 2 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li being so confident towards Long Yun, Luo Zhan and Qin Shao Shuai heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they couldn't be considered to be familiar with Long Yun. But Long Yun now represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and shared both honor and disgrace with them. They naturally hoped that Long Yun would be able to win. Looks like your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom really doesn't have anyone else. Your age seems to be even younger than that sword young master, right? Changxian looked at Long Yun and said with disdain, Changxian, don't kill nameless people. Who are you? State your name. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that all of you look down upon, saber young master. Long Yun's tone was calm and didn't contain the slightest emotion. Saber young master. As soon as Long Yun finished speaking, it gave rise to a wave of shocked exclamations. Saber young master? Looks like he's one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I wonder what rank this saber young master is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. Many people were bewildered. I've heard of saber young master. This saber young master is the person that's ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Some people that knew the answer. What? The one that's ranked at the bottom? There's no one else in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. Saber young master? You're courting death. On the high platform, Wei Kuan revealed an insane smile. As far as he was concerned, a figure that was ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters, and his strength might even be inferior to the sword young master, yet he actually dared to ascend the platform. Simply courting death. But when he saw Qi Ming sitting there with a calm expression, his heart couldn't help but jerk as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Right when he intended to stop Chang Xian, he noticed that Chang Xian had already made a move. Saber young master? Ranked at the bottom of the 5 great young masters? At the same time that Chang Xian ridiculed, his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. If there's an afterlife, remember well, don't stand out. Chang Xian's words obviously took Long Yun to be a dead man. Chang Xian's figure flashed out as a spirit saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spirit saber was suffused with origin energy as it tore through the sky and swept towards Long Yun. In the sky, 4,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Obviously, the spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand was a grade 5 spirit saber. Hiss! Along with the origin energy leaping on the grade 5 spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand, strands of fiery red energy gradually condensed into form. Instantly, the spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand transformed into a flaming saber that slashed towards Long Yun. Another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Advanced fire force. An ancient horned dragon silhouette took the lead and dragged along 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes behind it as it charged towards Long Yun. Advanced fire force. Luo Zhan and Chen Shaoshuai's faces went grim as they never imagined that Chang Xian had actually comprehended advanced fire force. For a time, they broke out in cold sweat for Long Yun. On the high platform, Qi Ming's expression became serious as well. As for Wei Kuan, when he noticed Qi Ming's serious expression, he started laughing instead. His gaze once again returned to the combat ring. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Long Yun being killed by Chang Xian. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high and flaunt his might before his old rival, Qi Ming. Not bad. At this moment, even King Yong couldn't refrain from speaking out and nodded with praise. This caused Wei Kuan to be even more excited, as if he'd taken stimulants. Do you think only you've comprehended advanced force? Right when most people thought that Long Yun would be killed by Chang Xian, Long Yun finally made a move. The origin energy on Long Yun's body skyrocketed as the spirit saber in his hand swept out, and a swift saber light accompanied by origin energy and saber force condensed into a demonic lotus that moved to intercept the flaming saber in Chang Xian's hand. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the demonic lotus that was formed from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand easily destroyed the flaming saber. Ah! A miserable shrill cry resounded out in the surroundings, and it caused most people present to be unable to refrain from shuddering. In next to no time, the shrill cry stopped abruptly. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Chang Xian fell. Eighth level of the void prying stage. On the high platform, the representative of some power looked at the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun and cried out in shock. For a time, Long Yun, who was on the combat ring, had become the absolute center of attention. Long Yun, Saber Young Master. The last of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 582. Impossible. On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, and the other representatives stood up together, and both of them stared blankly at Long Yun, who was on the combat ring. They were unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Amongst the 5 young geniuses from their Bazo Imperial Kingdom that had come this time, Xianxia was undoubtedly the strongest. He possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage, comprehended advanced fire force, and even possessed a grade 5 spirit saber to rely on. However, even so, he was still killed. Most importantly, Xianxia was killed by someone from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was unbearable for them. Because their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a rare mineral vein that was situated at the common border of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they'd been incompatible with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom since long ago. It was even to the extent that every 20 years, the two kingdoms would hold a martial competition between the young geniuses of the two kingdoms. The winner would get the right to mine the lode. For many years, it had always been the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that obtained the right to mine. So, in the eyes of the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had always been trampled beneath their feet. Today, the young genius of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had killed the number 1 genius in the younger generation of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom with a single strike, and it was something that they were slightly unable to accept. How was that possible? Xianxia was killed by him. 8th level of the void prying stage. An 8th level void prying stage martial artist has actually been born in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The expressions of the remaining 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were extremely unsightly. When they looked at Long Yun, who was on the combat arena, their eyes were filled with terror. Subtle saber force. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Long Yun, and tempestuous waves arose in his heart. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Besides that, he used a grade 5 spirit saber this time. Looks like he hid his strength during the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year ago. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still remembered that the spirit saber Long Yun used that day was only a grade 6 spirit saber. Looks like we've already been left far behind by Long Yun. Luo Zhan looked at Qin Shao Shui with a wry smile. Crazy young master, has your fire force broken through to the advanced stage? Qin Shao Shui asked. Not yet. Luo Zhan shook his head and sighed. Now, I'm at the bottom amongst the few of us. Luo Zhan's words were filled with sorrow. He, crazy young master, was the leader of the 5 great young masters that were widely known in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But now, his strength had already been surpassed by Qin Shao Shui and Long Yun, who were ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The 3 of you, come at me together. Long Yun stood on the combat ring with his saber held horizontally before him, and his fierce gaze descended onto the remaining 3 young geniuses of Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he spoke indifferently. 1 against 3. Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. This Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom saber young master is so arrogant. He's arrogant because he has the qualifications. If it was another person, that person would probably not even be a match for that Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Xianxia. The faces of these 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have gone pale. Looks like they don't dare ascend. Didn't you hear what Xianxia, who was killed by Saber Young Master, said earlier? Xianxia was the number 1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Even the first person was killed. Are you still counting on them? The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. When these words entered into the ears of the 3 young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. But when faced with Long Yun's challenge, they instead tacitly didn't move in the slightest. Their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and they were unable to move in the slightest. If someone carefully observed them, the person would surely be able to notice that the bodies of these 3 people were currently shivering. What a joke! Even Xianxia was killed. If they went up, wouldn't they be looking for a beating? The 3 of them were only 6th level void prying stage martial artists. All of them had only comprehended half-step advanced force. Although all of them possessed grade 5 spirit weapons to rely on, they felt that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to be a match for Long Yun. Trash. Long Yun grunted coldly and spoke with disdain. Ha! Wei Kun, looks like the members of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are only a group of cowards. You don't even dare ascend when fighting 3 against 1. On the high platform, Qi Ming looked at Wei Kun with a voice transmission that was filled with complacency. Wei Kun's face sank, yet he was speechless. This time, the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had lost a great deal of face. The 3 of you ascend the other combat rings later and try your best to provoke the 2 youngest people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As for that slightly older person, don't offend him. Wei Kun's voice transmission entered into the ears of the remaining 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Right in the next moment. Duan Lingtian was originally chatting idly with Su Li when he suddenly felt 3 burning gazes lock onto him and Su Li, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Duan Lingtian, looks like the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have taken the 2 of us to be soft persimmons. Su Li smiled. Then let's see if they have the ability to crush us. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Since the trash of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't dare ascend the combat ring. Is there anyone else that wants to battle me, Long Yun? Long Yun's voice was like a sonorous bell as it sounded out. I'll do it. Right at this moment, a figure that was like the wind flashed out to ascend the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35 with a handsome appearance and eyes that were like an array of stars, and he had a graceful bearing as he stood there. The young man was dressed like a scholar, and he held a folding fan in his hand. This folding fan wasn't an ordinary folding fan. There was only the frame of the fan and not the surface of the fan. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he discerned the background of the folding fan in the young scholar's hand. Dark Stone Empire's Imperial City's Gao clan, Gao Yuhai. The young scholar looked at Long Yun and lightly smiled. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Long Yun. Long Yun replied indifferently. Please. Gao Yuhai's bearing was graceful, and even if he was facing a battle with Long Yun, he still revealed his bearing. It's young Master Yuhai. Young Master Yuhai is so handsome. Young Master Yuhai, I love you. Waves of sharp voices sounded out from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The owners of these voices were all women, and there was no lack of beautiful widows amongst them. This Gao Yuhai looks like he's putting on airs. Chen Xiao Shui grunted. Sword young master, why do I feel your words are slightly sour? Luo Zhan smiled. Sword young master is probably jealous of him, right? Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head. I'm jealous of him? Chen Xiao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. I can't be bothered with you. On the combat ring. Swoosh. Long Yun chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a fierce tiger that pounced towards Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai daring to ascend the combat ring was undoubtedly because he was extremely confident of his own strength. He didn't dare care. Demonic Lotus Blade Technique. The origin energy on the grade 5 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand skyrocketed before converging to transform into a demonic lotus, and it was like a fierce tiger that had opened its bloody mouth as it bit towards Gao Yuhai. Long Yun had utilized his full strength in the first move. The origin energy of the 8th level of the Void Prying stage exploded out completely. The amplification of the grade 5 spirit saber was fully displayed. There was also advanced saber force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow under the escort of over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. On the other hand, the smile on Gao Yuhai's face had been completely restrained. Swoosh. In the next moment, Gao Yuhai moved. He actually chose to greet Long Yun head-on, and the origin energy on the folding fan in his hand skyrocketed and mixed with strands of fierce aura as it swept towards the demonic lotus that came along with Long Yun. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Advanced saber force. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Gao Yuhai revealed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was the force Gao Yuhai executed. It was actually advanced saber force as well. Gao Yuhai's saber force perfectly fused into the folding fan in his hand, and it swept out horizontally as if transforming into a crescent moon that collided with the demonic lotus. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding abruptly sounded out, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Amongst the surrounding crowd of spectators, some people with comparatively lower cultivations felt their eardrums hurt from being pierced, and their faces flushed red as their bodies trembled. Bang! Vast origin energy and saber force abruptly collided together. Instantly, the air seemed to have been sucked out. Vast airflow swept out with the point of collision as the center, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that gave rise to waves of violent winds. The clothes of the people present were successively blown up by the wind. However, no one paid attention to this point. The gazes of everyone descended onto the combat ring. All of them were curious about the outcome. On the combat ring, the two people that collided with each other separated along with this. Long Yun took 2 steps back, whereas Gao Yuhai instead took 5 steps back. On Long Yun's body, there were faint strands of saber chi that were gradually withdrawn into his body. Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. I admit defeat. Meanwhile, Gao Yuhai spoke out and admitted defeat. He admitted defeat? Weren't they evenly matched? The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar, and all of them felt disbelief. In their eyes, Long Yun and Gao Yuhai's strengths were equal. Gao Yuhai had admitted defeat after only a single move. What's going on? I, Yuhai, am wholeheartedly convinced of Saber Young Master's strength. I wonder what Earth-rank defensive martial skill Saber Young Master executed earlier. Gao Yuhai looked at Long Yun and asked with a sincere expression. Earth-rank defensive martial skill? Gao Yuhai's words caused the surroundings to go deathly silent. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Long Yun. Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Normally, only martial artists that had comprehended Earth force and Earth concept were able to execute it. Of course, there were a small number of Earth-rank defensive martial skills that could be executed when combined with other force and concept. This sort of martial skill was extremely rare. Although it was inferior to the defensive martial skills executed by Earth force and Earth concept, it was sufficient to rely on it to occupy an advantage in an evenly matched battle. Just like the current Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Saber Force Protection. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Saber Force Protection. I'll remember it. Gao Yuhai nodded and descended from the combat ring in a graceful manner. Although he'd lost extremely gracefully. It caused others to be unable to help but be convinced. Saber Force Protection? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. It's slightly similar to the Iron Wall sword body that Ji Feng executed that day. But, Ji Feng's Iron Wall sword body is at most a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Chapter 583. I never imagined that this Saber Young Master has actually cultivated an Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Moreover, it seems to not be an ordinary Earth-rank defensive martial skill. If it was a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, then even if it was cultivated to the perfection stage, it might not be able to withstand young Master Gao's attack. Cultivating an Earth-rank defensive martial skill with Earth force and Earth concept is the way to go. An Earth-rank defensive martial skill cultivated with other forces and concepts is greatly lacking in the end. It's very likely that the Earth-rank defensive martial skill cultivated by this Saber Young Master is a middle-grade or high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. The surrounding crowd of spectators moved in succession. Even the representatives of the various factions and imperial kingdoms on the high platform had a grave expression on their faces. Although a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that was executed with force and concept other than Earth was rare, it wasn't impossible for them to obtain it if they wanted it. But a defensive martial skill of this level wasn't of much use to martial artists whose strengths were close to the Void Initiation stage or even above the Void Initiation stage. Even if it was executed, it would be like paper before an opponent with a similar strength. On the other hand, a middle-grade and high-grade Earth-ranked defensive martial skill was different. A middle-grade Earth-ranked defensive martial skill was extremely useful to a void initiation stage martial artist. Of course, once a martial artist at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above attacked with his full strength, practically all of them were able to disregard a middle-grade Earth-ranked defensive martial skill. As for high-grade Earth-ranked defensive martial skills, they were quite useful before one stepped into the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. For a time, many gazes that looked at Long Yun were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. All of this was only because of the Earth-ranked defensive martial skill Long Yun executed earlier. The other 8 combat rings were extremely bustling. The 8 combat ring masters were ceaselessly replaced, and their strengths grew stronger and stronger. Whereas the combat ring Long Yun was in didn't have anyone challenge him for now. Duan Lingtian. Long Yun stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. But from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. Meanwhile, one of the 3 remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had defeated the combat ring master on another combat ring and became the new combat ring master. You, do you dare to come up and fight me? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Su Li as he shouted with a low voice. Suddenly, there was a burst of booing around. People from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom are specifically picking on soft persimmons? Amongst the 5 young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, besides the saber young master that's already on another combat ring, the sword young master has fought as well, and only the other 3 people haven't fought. One of them is the oldest, and he's probably a figure that's ranked in the top amongst the 5 great young masters. As for the other 2, they shouldn't be at the level of the 5 great young masters. These 2 people, the older one seems to be only 27 or 28 years old, and the younger one seems to be only 25 years old. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Many people scoffed at the choice of the youth from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Su Li, he wants to challenge you and me. Do you want to go first, or should I? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and asked with a smile. I'll go first. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he'd already leaped onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. You're a figure amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom seemed to want to confirm Su Li's identity. No. Su Li spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes were suffused with a bloody sheen. Then don't think of returning alive this time. You want to kill me? A strand of killing intent was faintly brewing in the depths of Su Li's gaze. Of course. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke as a matter of course. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at the young man with pity when he heard the ruthless words that the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke. This fellow, a mere 6th level void prying stage martial artist, wants to kill Su Li? Then let's see if you have the ability. Su Li laughed instead of being enraged, but the killing intent in the depths of his gaze had already been brewing. Humph. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly, then his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Su Li. In his hand, the Grade 5 spirit weapon's origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried strands of gentle blue-colored energy, half-step advanced water force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was escorted by over 2,300 ancient mammoth silhouettes as they gushed towards Su Li, 6th level of the void prying stage. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Die. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Su Li with the intention of killing Su Li with a single strike. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was only inches away. Su Li made a move. In Su Li's hand, origin energy gradually pulsated to instantly form a 3-foot-long blade, and the tip of the blade flickered with origin energy, causing it to be extremely swift and fierce. Along with Su Li's origin energy pulsating, an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air in the sky above him while being escorted by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Ninth level of the void prying stage. Instantly, someone exclaimed in shock. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Only now did the people present realize that Su Li's current actions didn't utilize force, nor did he utilize a spirit weapon. Only pure origin energy drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to form an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was obviously the symbol of a 9th level void prying stage martial artist. So strong. Presently, the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms were all fighting in the ring. This included the young geniuses that were fighting intensely on the other 8 combat rings, and all of them stopped successively as they stared blankly at the phenomenon above Su Li, 9th level of the void prying stage. This Su Li. Qi Ming and Prince Xing couldn't help but be moved. Slap. On the other hand, the representative of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, exerted strength in his hand to shatter the armrest of his chair without him realizing it. He's a 9th level void prying stage martial artist, quickly admit defeat. At the same time, Wei Kuan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to pierce into the ears of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom that was pouncing towards Su Li. But, would he still be in time? Swish. On the combat ring, after Su Li condensed a 3-foot-long blade with origin energy in his hand, he abruptly pierced it towards the combat ring beneath his feet. Right at this instant, strands of extremely sharp aura suddenly stretched out from the 3-foot-long blade in Su Li's hand. Whoosh. At that moment, another silhouette of an ancient horned dragon appeared in the sky. Bang. At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in Su Li's hand descended onto the combat ring. Whereas he was instead carried flying by the recoil, and he easily avoided the menacing strike of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. In the next moment, Su Li moved behind the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. I admit, meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom received Wei Kuan's voice transmission, and he opened his mouth with the intention of admitting defeat. But, he didn't have the time to say the word lose. Swish. A 3-foot-long blade that was like a stroke of genius pierced through his back. Along with the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy dispersing. Bang. Fresh blood sprayed violently from the chest and back of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and his entire body fell into a pool of blood. After twitching a few times, he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. But, besides the few people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the others didn't have the time to care about his life and death. The gazes of most people descended onto the combat ring in unison, and it descended onto the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were accumulating force and waiting to attack in the sky above the red-clothed young man. 1. First level sword concept. 9th level of the void prying stage without using a spirit weapon, yet with the addition of the strength of an ancient horned dragon. This red-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has comprehended first-level sword concept. This red-clothed young man has already taken half a step into the void initiation stage. He's entirely capable of breaking through to the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition of the Darkhan dynasty begins. He'll surely occupy one of the 10 positions today. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Su Li's strength had shocked them. 9th level void prying stage, first level sword concept before the age of 30. King Yong's sonorous voice slowly sounded out. What's your name? King Yong's gaze descended onto the red-clothed young man as he asked. Instantly, many young geniuses present looked at Su Li with envy. After all, not just anyone was able to make King Yong take the initiative to ask for their name. Su Li, on the combat ring, Su Li nodded to King Yong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Su Li, I'll remember you. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was extremely kind to Su Li, alas. Revered Elder Wei, I'm truly sorry. These little fellows are too impulsive and don't know how to show mercy. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan and shook his head as he sighed, and then he said via voice transmission, "Why don't you take the remaining 2 young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom and leave? So as to avoid only 2 people from the 7 of you returning in the end." Qi Ming. Wei Kuan's body trembled, and he was angered to the point his face flushed red and his eyes almost split apart. His throat felt sweet, and he almost spat out blood. On the other hand, the remaining 2 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at each other, and they were able to see terror in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, no one else ascended the combat ring Su Li was in to battle him. The 2 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom each occupied a combat ring. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be considered to be in the limelight this time. Yeah, such 2 monstrous geniuses have actually appeared in a tiny Imperial Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 ought to be able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Dark Han dynasty. Many people looked favorably upon Su Li and Long Yun. Time silently passed by. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui ascended the other combat ring successively. But unfortunately, with their strengths, they were still unable to become arena masters that no one could challenge. Duan Lingtian, the 2 of us probably have no fate with those 10 positions. Everything will depend on you, Su Li, and Long Yun. Luo Zhan sighed. No wonder they say that the experts in the Empire are numerous like the clouds. I originally thought that my strength could already be considered to be not bad since I broke through to the 6th level of the void prying stage. But today, if I don't possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, it would be extremely difficult for me to become one of the final 9 arena masters. Chen Xiaoshui deeply agreed. Don't be discouraged. Besides Su Li and Long Yun, all these martial artists at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above are older than all of you. When all of you are of the same age as them, you might not be inferior to them. Chapter 584. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui nodded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words of consolation. But the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a wisp of bitterness. Duan Lingtian noticed the disappointment of Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his words of consolation didn't have any effect, and then he sent a voice transmission into the ears of Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui. Both of you don't have to belittle yourselves. No matter if it's Su Li, Long Yun, or I, all of us obtained fortuitous encounters while wandering the outside world to attain our current accomplishments. If we didn't have fortuitous encounters, we might not be able to compare to both of you. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. When Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui heard Duan Lingtian, their dim eyes abruptly lit up at this moment. Fortuitous encounter. Both of them looked at each other, and they saw tacit understanding in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian didn't really pay attention to this. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto one of the 2 remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This person ascended the combat ring and battled a 6th level void prying stage martial artist on the combat ring. In the end, he obtained victory. Moreover, his ability was completely revealed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. 6th level of the void prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, amongst the 5 of you, it seems that only you haven't ascended the combat ring. You occupied a position from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you wouldn't have come just to watch the show, right? The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian with a provocative gaze. Do you dare ascend the combat ring to battle me? This caused the people that originally intended to ascend the combat ring to battle the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom to stop moving. They were happy to watch the show. For a time, Duan Lingtian had become the absolute center of attention. This young man is one of the 5 great young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Up until now, he hasn't ascended the combat ring. He looks to be around the age of 25, and he's even younger than Su Li. Just like before, the people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom like picking soft persimmons. Haha. They were just treating Su Li as a soft persimmon. I'm dying of laughter. I wonder if this young man has Su Li's talent and comprehension ability. I don't think so. Even in our Darkstone Empire, Su Li's natural talent and comprehension ability can be considered to be at the top. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that descended onto the combat ring, confronting the youth from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. On the other hand, when the young man from the Bazhou Imperial Kingdom saw Duan Lingtian so straightforwardly ascend the combat ring, he felt slightly guilty. He had originally thought that the other party would not dare to enter the arena. This way, he would be able to humiliate the other party without restraint. What? Do you regret provoking me? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom and spoke indifferently. The expression of the youth from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom sank slightly. He did regret it. But could he say it out loud? Could he afford to lose face like this? How about this? I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended outside the combat ring, and it descended onto the last young genius from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. You, come up together. I, alone, challenge both of you. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone became slightly heavier. Of course, if both of you don't dare, then you can admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's face quickly revealed a brilliant smile, and he seemed as if he'd already firmly believed that the two young men from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom would admit defeat. Deliberately mystifying things. On the high platform, Wei Kuan grunted coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression as if he'd already seen through Duan Lingtian's tricks. There were two reasons why Wei Kuan would think like this. Firstly, he saw Qi Ming frown. Secondly, he didn't feel that this violet-clothed young man that was only around the age of 25 was strong. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, since he insists on courting death, then both of you properly fulfill his wish. Wei Kuan's voice transmission sounded out. The two young geniuses from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wei Kuan. Since you want to court death, then Hu Wei and I will send you off. The young man from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom outside the combat ring, Huang Dong, flew out and descended onto the combat ring. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Hu Wei, and they stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian together. Wait! Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from the high platform. It was Qi Ming who looked at King Yong and said with a serious expression, King Yong, these two young men from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom are going 2 against 1, and it seems to violate the rules of the competition between young geniuses, right? Qi Ming. King Yong hadn't spoken when Wei Kuan couldn't help but ridicule. Earlier, everyone present heard it clearly. It was a member of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that threatened to challenge the joint forces of 2 young geniuses from our Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. Now, you want to go back on your word. Do you still take King Yong seriously? Wei Kuan's words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness. Begin. King Yong finally spoke out and tacitly agreed to the 2 young geniuses from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. It was just as Wei Kuan had said. This matter was started by the people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all. Since they spoke out, then they had to pay the price. Qi Ming sat back down with an extremely unsightly expression. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming and was slightly bewildered. What's Vice Dean Qi doing? He doesn't have confidence in me? Right at this moment. Duan Lingtian, seize the opportunity while those 2 young geniuses from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom don't know your ability. Kill them before they admit defeat. An excited voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Vice Dean Qi, you, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He was able to discern that this was Qi Ming's voice transmission. But Qi Ming, who was on the high platform, instead seemed to be a different scene. In next to no time, he came to an understanding. Qi Ming was intentionally showing weakness to make the 2 representatives of Bazhou Imperial Kingdom let down their guard. He's really an old fox. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll send you on your way right now. The Bazhou Imperial Kingdom's Huang Dong and Hu Wei revealed frenzied smiles as their figures flashed out to dash out. They utilized all their ability as soon as they attacked. 6th level of the Void Prying Stage. Half-step Advanced Force. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two figures that were swift like the wind flashed out like two venomous snakes that had gone berserk, and they bit towards Duan Lingtian in unison. It was as if they wouldn't stop until they bit Duan Lingtian to death. Idiot. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and a dim light flashed deep within his eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into his soul brand and executed his soul skill. An illusory space instantly enveloped Huang Dong and Hu Wei. Duan Lingtian instead stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Has this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom gone mad? Is he courting death? The surrounding crowd of spectators were all dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't make the slightest move when facing the joint attack of the two people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. But in the next moment, they were all stunned in unison. Heavens! What did we see? Under the gazes of everyone present. At the instant that the attacks of Huang Dong and Hu Wei were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they actually turned abruptly and flashed to the side. Huang Dong and Hu Wei split up and charged towards the empty space at both sides of the combat ring. They executed their attacks towards the air. It was as if they'd gone mad. For a time, besides the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were prepared since long ago, all the people present were shocked. Including King Yong, they were completely dumbstruck. The entire square at the center of the imperial city was filled with streams of people, yet it was terrifyingly silent at this moment. Only waves of heavy breathing could be heard. What ability is that? King Yong was the first to recover from his shock, and he had a serious expression. Have these two young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom gone mad? They're actually attacking the air. They've gone mad. The surrounding crowd of spectators gradually recovered from their shock as well. On the high platform, the expressions of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Wei Kun and the other representative were unsightly to the extreme. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, what are the two of you doing? Wei Kun's voice transmission pierced into the ears of Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But the two of them seemed as if they'd utterly not heard his warning, and they remained indifferent and still exerted all their strength to attack the air. When Wei Kun instinctively looked at Qi Ming, he instead noticed that Qi Ming was looking at him as well. At this moment, there wasn't the slightest trace of worry on Qi Ming's face. Wei Kun suddenly realized. Perhaps I've been tricked by Qi Ming. Look, quickly. They're killing each other. All of a sudden, someone shouted. Wei Kun glanced over. Yet he noticed that his Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Huang Dong and Hu Wei had actually started attacking each other, and their eyes had gone completely red. Who can tell me what the fuck is going on? When he saw Huang Dong and Hu Wei attacking each other with all their strength, and if this continued, they would sooner or later perish together, Wei Kun's face went gloomy, and he felt that he was about to go mad. Especially when he saw the violet-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom standing at the side of the combat ring and watching the show leisurely. Pooh! Wei Kun's vital blood roiled, and he was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. King Yong. I admit defeat for the two of them. Wei Kun looked at King Yong and slightly lost his composure as he spoke. Wei Kun didn't doubt in the slightest. If this continued, then the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom he'd brought over would surely all die. It's only effective if they admit defeat. This is the rule. King Yong replied indifferently. Wei Kun's body shook, and his eyes went crimson red. Huang Dong. Hu Wei. Both of you stop. When he saw his voice transmission was useless, Wei Kun shouted out with a grim voice, and he wanted to stop Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But unfortunately, Huang Dong and Hu Wei still didn't hear him and continued fighting each other. It wasn't long before their bodies were covered in injuries. Bang! Finally, Huang Dong saw a flaw and killed Hu Wei, who had a strength that was almost on par with him. Whereas Huang Dong, who was covered in injuries, was on the verge of collapse now. Ha 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 ha. The members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only a so-so. Huang Dong stood there and laughed loudly with his head raised. His laughter quickly suppressed the clamorous and bustling scene. It caused the scene to return to deathly silence once more. After a short moment. Has this Huang Dong really gone mad? Does he think he's killing members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Looks like he's really gone mad. Many people looked at Huang Dong with strange gazes. Pooh! On the high platform, Wei Kuan was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body started trembling intensely. What exactly is going on? Chapter 585. Ha 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 ha. Huang Dong's laughter completely suppressed the whispers of the surrounding crowd. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, yet his hand moved instead. He slowly raised his hand and pointed out with his finger. Instantly. Swish. An origin energy point force that was condensed into form was accompanied by an ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky as it whistled out, and it moved menacingly as it pierced into the space between Huang Dong's brows. Pooh! A light sound sounded out as a bloody hole appeared between Huang Dong's brows, and he fell stiffly onto the ground without making a single sound. He couldn't be any more dead. Henceforth, the 5 great young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were all dead. On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, and the other representative by his side had livid expressions, and their bodies started trembling intensely. The 5 young geniuses of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had actually all died. Moreover, they'd died right before their eyes. These 5 people were the future pillars of the Imperial Kingdom. Qi Ming. Under his embarrassment and rage, Wei Kuan looked at Qi Ming as he sent a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness. It's you, it's all you. All of this was because you intentionally dug a hole for me to jump into. It's you that caused their deaths, it's you. Qi Ming slightly turned his head when he heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, and he glanced at Wei Kuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Wei Kuan, even if it was a hole I dug, it seems to be your choice whether to jump in or not, right? Now, you still want to push all the blame onto me? First think properly about how you'll give an explanation to the Emperor of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom after you return. Ha 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 ha. Qi Ming's voice transmission was filled with an excited laughter. In the past, because of the competition for mineral veins between the 2 kingdoms, although the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom didn't go to war, they were like fire and water. They wished for nothing more than to annihilate each other. Now, when he saw the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had all died, Qi Ming was extremely happy as well. Moreover, as far as Qi Ming was concerned, all of this was because of the provocation of Wei Kuan and the 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Otherwise, the outcome might not be like this. As the saying goes, leave some leeway for everything so that we can meet again in the future. This sentence was obviously something the people of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. 7th level of the void prying stage. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. After Long Yun and Su Li, the purple-clothed young man on the fighting ring became the focus of attention of the entire place without any surprise. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is really heaven-defying this time. First, an 8th level void prying stage martial artist and a 9th level void prying stage martial artist appeared. Now, the youngest one is actually a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. Based on his age, he's at most around the age of 25. Such natural talent is sufficient to make all the young geniuses of our Darkstone Empire feel ashamed. After today, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's name is bound to spread throughout the entire Darkstone Empire. To put it crudely, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is completely on fire. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. His words were filled with emotions. Duan Lingtian. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui looked at Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces. They were happy for Duan Lingtian. Of course, in their hearts, they were still somewhat shocked. Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. This was something they did not know beforehand. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Long Yun stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was on the other combat ring, and his expression went slightly gloomy. His natural talent is actually so strong. Even though Long Yun himself had broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. In a short year, having such an improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. But only he knew. The reason he was able to have such an improvement was entirely because he'd successively consumed 2 spirit fruits during this year. One of the spirit fruits was even the same as the reward given to the person that obtained the honor of being the #1 young genius in the empire. Both of them were void fuse fruits. So he didn't have much desire towards the void fuse fruit now. Besides obtaining the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire and participate in the dynasty martial competition, his objective was to defeat Duan Lingtian. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian's demonic technique is useful to me now that I've broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. Long Yun thought in his heart. Where exactly did this Duan Lingtian learn this demonic technique? Even Master doesn't know the ins and outs of his demonic technique. As far as Long Yun was concerned, this was extremely inconceivable. After all, his master was the strongest existence he'd seen in his entire lifetime. Even his master was unable to see through Duan Lingtian, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. Duan Lingtian. You really didn't disappoint me. A wisp of a smile appeared on Su Li's cool face now. He'd gotten acquainted with Duan Lingtian when he was 18 years old. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only a 16-year-old youth. Later on, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed time and time again caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. When they passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and entered Paladin Academy in unison, he was even left far behind by Duan Lingtian. At that time, he'd once thought that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian in his entire lifetime. Unexpectedly, the numerous unexpected events later on allowed him to encounter his current master. Whereas he'd completely caught up to Duan Lingtian and even surpassed Duan Lingtian. This was something he didn't dare imagine in the past. Not bad, not bad. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. What's your name? King Yong's burning gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked with a light smile. Under the numerous gazes of envy and jealousy, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong. King Yong, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Immediately, the people present deeply remembered this name. Duan Lingtian? Lingtian. What a good name. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded. I hope you're able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Darkhan dynasty. I look favorably upon you. I look favorably upon you. King Yong's short sentence pushed Duan Lingtian to the peak of the storm. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Prince Sheng, who sat by Qi Ming's side, was livid. He never imagined that in a moment of carelessness, Duan Lingtian would actually have such a great breakthrough. The eyes of all the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms had gone completely red. I'll go against you. In next to no time, a blue-clothed young man flew up the combat ring to stand in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. This was a 7th-level void prying stage martial artist with the same cultivation as Duan Lingtian, and he even possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon to rely on. However, it was precisely because he'd only comprehended half-step advanced force that he was blasted off the combat ring by Duan Lingtian in a single move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't use a soul skill. As far as he was concerned, an existence like this wasn't sufficient for him to utilize a soul skill. As for the 2 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom from before, he'd done it entirely for the sake of teasing them. The repeated provocations and killing intent they revealed towards him caused him to feel extreme rage that came from the bottom of his heart. Advanced Wind Force. The people present were once again shocked by Duan Lingtian. He was only around the age of 25, yet possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage, and it was already sufficient to shock others. Now, he'd even revealed advanced wind force. Perhaps, the natural talent and comprehension ability of this Duan Lingtian isn't inferior to Su Li at all. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, what a miraculous place, is actually able to give birth to such a monstrous genius. If I have the chance, I'll surely go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and pay my respects to that miraculous place. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. At this moment, the young geniuses present truly realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Meanwhile, many ring masters that no one challenged had appeared on the other combat rings. Practically all these ring masters were existences at the 8th level of the void prying stage. There were only 2 combat rings, and there were still 4 7th level void prying stage martial artists competing. Duan Lingtian, right? I, Zhong Nan, will go against you. A figure flew up onto the combat ring Duan Lingtian stood on. As expected, it drew the attention of everyone present. It's Zhong Nan. Zhong Nan has finally made a move. Zhong Nan is the 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the void prying stage, and he's even comprehended 1st level earth concept. Zhong Nan's strength isn't inferior to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Su Li. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. The 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian sized up the young man before him with surprise. The young man was around the age of 35 with an ordinary appearance, and he belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. 9th level of the void prying stage, comprehending 1st level earth concept, and he's actually only the 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Looks like it's very likely that his guess from before was correct. It's very likely that there's an existence at the void initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even though I have the suspicion of bullying the weak in our battle. But I subconsciously feel that you're not as simple as you seem on the surface. Zhong Nan had a serious expression when facing Duan Lingtian. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Not to mention you defeating that 7th level void prying stage martial artist earlier. You obviously used unusual methods when dealing with those 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This time, Zhong Nan had condensed his origin energy into voice transmission and sent it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. When everyone felt that the 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had gone mad, this Zhong Nan had actually seen through an inkling of it. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a completely black rod appeared in his hand. Grade 5 Spirit Rod? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed at the first possible moment that the rod in Zhong Nan's hand was a Grade 5 spirit weapon. Zhong Nan was also the first person Duan Lingtian had seen that used a rod in the recent few years. The rod was the ancestor of weapons. In this world, when weapons like sabers, swords, and spears hadn't been born, the weapon everyone used was the simplest rod. So, the rod could be said to be the ancestor of all weapons. Of course, even though the rod was simple, it wasn't an easy thing to use well. Even though the rod didn't have the edge of a saber or sword. Chapter 586. I heard that 1 month ago, Zhong Nan relied on the Grade 5 spirit rod in his hand to forcefully smash a 9th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force to death with a swing of his rod. Yeah, Zhong Nan's martial skill, 1000 mass rod, is too overbearing. Supposedly, the 1000 mass rod is a high-grade earth rank martial skill. Zhong Nan relied on the 1000 mass rod to comprehend earth force all the way, and now he has even comprehended earth concept. The surroundings went into an uproar when they saw the spirit rod appear in Zhong Nan's hand. Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the surroundings, and he deeply realized that Zhong Nan wasn't simple. My spiritual force is currently at the 9th level of the void prying stage. Whereas, although this Zhong Nan is a 9th level void prying stage martial artist, he has comprehended 1st level earth concept. I wonder if the illusory space created by my soul skill, thousand illusions, will be able to seal him. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he thought of many things. He'd already made a decision in his heart. If his soul skill, thousand illusions, was useless against this person, then he would directly admit defeat. Be careful. Needless to say, Zhongnan was extremely open and upright, as he took the initiative to warn Duan Lingtian before making a move. Subsequently, Zhongnan raised his leg and stomped on the ground, causing the combat ring to tremble as if the earth was quaking. Instantly, along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body raging, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was surrounded by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Along with Zhongnan's origin energy, an earthen yellow-colored energy appeared. Another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air. First-level Earth concept. He still wants to rely on the energy of the Earth? Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but go slightly grim when he saw Zhongnan's entire body gradually forming a strange connection with the earth at this moment. Instantly, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhongnan. This was the energy of the earth Zhongnan relied on with his first-level earth concept. This wasn't the end. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body pouring into the grade 5 spirit rod in his hand. Another 5,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. In the end, Zhongnan exerting his full strength and drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth caused the unusual phenomenon to be fixed on the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes. If they don't fight far from the ground, even Su Li would not be Zhongnan's match. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely solemn. Furthermore, this Zhongnan had comprehended the earth intent. It was likely that he had also practiced an earth-ranked defensive martial skill. Boom! Zhongnan took a step forward, and the ground on the combat arena cracked apart, like a spider web that swept out in all directions. At this moment, it was as if Zhongnan had transformed into the god of the earth, and he was in control of the boundless divine force of the earth. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Encountering Zhongnan can only be said to be his own misfortune. Zhongnan's strength can be considered to be invincible beneath the void initiation stage in our Darkstone Empire. Unless one is in existence above the void initiation stage, it's practically impossible to defeat Zhongnan. Most of the onlookers were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Only the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom looked at the development of the scene before them with slight anticipation. Of course, not everyone looked forward to it. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Sheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with coldness, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. I hope Duan Lingtian is killed by this Zhongnan. Otherwise, with the progress of his cultivation, not to mention me, even the Azure Forest Trisect might not be able to do anything to him in the future. Extreme coldness arose within Prince Sheng's heart. On the combat arena, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a dim light gradually flashed deep within his eyes, and it seemed to have transformed into an evil flame. Victory or defeat will be decided here. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and when Zhongnan took a stride forward with a speed that grew swifter and swifter, charging towards him. 1,000 illusions. His spiritual force pierced into the soul brand and successfully executed the soul skill that belonged to him. An illusory space that he'd just constructed enveloped Zhongnan within it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. He was deeply afraid that the illusory space would be destroyed by Zhongnan's first-level earth concept. Along with the passage of time, although the illusory space was lightly trembling, it wasn't damaged in the slightest, and this caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Looks like the illusory space constructed by my current spiritual force isn't afraid of first-level concept. But if it's second-level concept, then the strength of the illusory space would probably be destroyed. Duan Lingtian discerned this from the reaction of the illusory space. Since a first-level concept was unable to destroy the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Then, he was now the ruler of the small world that Zhongnan resided in. He could control Zhongnan's life and death. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhongnan made a move. But when they saw Zhong Nan still heavily smashed out his rod after Duan Lingtian dodged, and it blasted towards the air, they were completely dumbstruck. Could it be that Zhong Nan has gone mad as well? Right when the group of people were astonished and bewildered, Zhong Nan swung out his rod once more, and this time, it smashed towards the air on the other side. This caused the surrounding people to be speechless. King Yong, this Duan Lingtian wouldn't have utilized an inscription, right? An old man that sat by King Yong's side couldn't help but ask. He didn't utilize an inscription. King Yong shook his head, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He'd roamed freely throughout his entire life, yet it was the first time he'd seen such a strange scene. This feeling. It's as if Zhong Nan has fallen into an illusory formation constructed from an inscription formation. How exactly did this Duan Lingtian accomplish it? At this moment, in the eyes of King Yong, the violet-clothed young man on the combat ring was mysterious to the point it caused him to be unable to help but be shocked. Swoosh! On the combat ring, Zhong Nan smashed out with his rod once more. This time, he was already standing at the edge of the combat ring, yet he seemed to not have noticed in the slightest. It's time to end it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and slowly walked towards Zhong Nan before standing by Zhong Nan's side. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's hand pressed down on Zhong Nan's back, and with a casual push, he pushed Zhong Nan off the combat ring. Zhong Nan had lost. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Isn't this too strange? Duan Lingtian and Zhong Nan aren't putting on an act, right? They're surely putting on an act. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing possibly occur? I think this isn't a coincidence. Don't forget those two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom from before. Their appearances at that time were more or less similar to the current Zhong Nan. Yeah, if it's only putting on an act. Would those two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom be willing to be killed by Duan Lingtian? The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly, and all of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Duan Lingtian, a wisp of a bitter smile suddenly appeared on Su Li's face. He knew. Even if he went against the current Duan Lingtian, he would lose without a doubt. Zhong Nan's strength wasn't inferior to his. It was even to the extent that if they fought on the ground, then Zhong Nan would rely on the energy of the earth to easily defeat him. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhong Nan on the ground. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't defeated Zhong Nan with actual strength. But Zhong Nan had indeed lost. In a battle between martial artists, the process wasn't important, and what was important was the outcome. I originally thought that I would be able to leave Duan Lingtian far behind this time. But unexpectedly, he has already caught up. Su Li sighed lightly in his heart. How could this be possible? On the other combat ring, Long Yun had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. He felt that he was far from being a match for Zhong Nan. But Duan Lingtian had defeated him. At this instant, Long Yun felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Even if Su Li went against Zhong Nan, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the slightest confidence to win. But Duan Lingtian defeated Zhong Nan instead. Long Yun realized that if he wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian, he probably had to defeat Su Li first. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had even left Su Li behind. Duan Lingtian, on the high platform, the astonishment on Qi Ming's face gradually dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. On the other hand, the expression of the nearby Prince Sheng was extremely unsightly. This Duan Lingtian is actually so terrifying now. I'm afraid no one below the void initiation stage is a match for him. Tempestuous waves arose in Prince Sheng's heart. Duan Lingtian was invincible below the void initiation stage. Prince Sheng. Right at this moment, a voice transmission sounded out by Prince Sheng's ears. Prince Sheng looked at Qi Ming with a bewildered expression. He was able to discern that the person who sent the voice transmission was precisely Qi Ming. I know that you hate Duan Lingtian to the bone because of the incident in the cage battle arena and the humiliation the young prince suffered. But I still hope that you're able to bury the hatchet with Duan Lingtian. Qi Ming continued via voice transmission. You've seen Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments as well. He's going to the Dark Han dynasty for sure. It's even to the extent that his future, is limitless. In the future, it'll probably be impossible for you to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Since it's like this, why don't you bury the hatchet with him? I'm willing to act as a go-between for both of you, how about it? I believe that Duan Lingtian is still willing to give me this face. Qi Ming's words were filled with good intentions. Prince Xing's body shook. Bury the hatchet? Isn't this asking me to take the initiative to admit defeat? If it's like this, where's my dignity? But when he thought about it carefully, Qi Ming's words did indeed make sense. I'll consider it. Prince Xing took a deep breath and replied via voice transmission with a deep voice. Qi Ming nodded and wasn't surprised. If Prince Xing agreed directly, perhaps he would doubt Prince Xing's sincerity. As a revered elder of the imperial family, he was extremely clear about Prince Xing's character. Why are there so many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The two representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had livid expressions. Especially Wei Kun, his eyes had unknowingly been tainted with a wisp of crimson red. If he could, he wished for nothing more than to directly charge down the high platform and slaughter the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to vent the hatred in his heart. But his reason told him that he couldn't do this. Chapter 587. King Yong was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire since over 10 years ago. An existence that had taken half a step into the void interpretation stage. After over 10 years had passed, if someone said King Yong hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage, there would probably be no one that would believe it. Looks like Duan Lingtian has obtained a fortuitous encounter since he left by himself this time. Luo Zhan glanced at the nearby Chen Xiaoshui and sighed. Perhaps. We can't shut ourselves behind closed doors. We ought to go take a look at the outside world as well. Chen Xiaoshui's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Meanwhile, along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his spiritual force, the illusory space constructed by the soul skill 1,000 illusions vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Zhong Nan, who was pushed down the combat ring by Duan Lingtian, reacted at this moment. After he felt the strange gazes converged onto him from the surroundings. He knew that he'd lost, completely and utterly. When he thought of the scene he faced earlier, Zhong Nan realized at the first possible moment that everything was an illusion. It was like a dream. Thank you. Zhong Nan nodded to Duan Lingtian, and after lightly smiling, he ascended the other combat ring. A 7th level void prying stage arena master had just been born on that combat ring. When he saw Zhong Nan ascend, this 7th level void prying stage arena master directly admitted defeat and passed the position of arena master to Zhong Nan. This Zhong Nan is slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Earlier, when Zhong Nan thanked him, he naturally knew what Zhong Nan was thanking him for. It was none other than thanking him for showing mercy. After all, he was entirely capable of killing Zhong Nan earlier. But he didn't do this. To Duan Lingtian. There was no deep enmity between him and Zhong Nan, whereas, Zhong Nan didn't reveal killing intent towards him from the beginning until the end. So, there was no need for him to kill Zhong Nan. Meanwhile, there was another combat ring, and 2 7th level void prying stage martial artists were fighting intensely. After a short moment, a 7th level void prying stage martial artist won and became the arena master. But, he'd only just become the arena master when a figure that was like a bolt of lightning lightly descended onto the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35. He wore green clothes, and his ordinary face was strained as if someone owed him money. He Long is finally going up. He Long is the publicly acknowledged #2 expert in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 1st level of the Void initiation stage, and he has even comprehended 1st level wind concept. It's time for him to go on stage. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Whereas that 7th level void-prying stage martial artist that had just become a ring master was obviously a young genius of the Darkstone Empire, and his expression went slightly grim when he saw He Long. I admit defeat. In the end, he obediently jumped off the combat ring. Since then, a champion had appeared in each of the 9 combat rings. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom occupied 3 out of the 9 ring masters. The Darkstone Empire also had 3 people, and they were He Long, Zhong Nan, and Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai was precisely that young scholar that lost at the hands of Long Yun earlier, and he ascended another combat ring to become the new master of the ring. Amongst the remaining 3 people, one of them was from the top sect of the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Pill sect. The other 2 were respectively from 2 imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. If no one challenges the 9 great ring masters after 10 breaths of time, then the 9 great ring masters can be considered to be decided. At that time, if someone ascends the combat ring, then that person can only compete for the honor of the number 1 young genius of the empire. King Yong stood up from his seat and spoke with a deep voice that was like a sonorous bell. The scene was deathly silent. After a short moment, it became bustling. It's finally time for the competition for the number 1 young genius of the empire. But there ought to be no suspense. Of course. Along with the discussions of the surrounding spectators, the gazes of many people descended onto the black-clothed young man that stood at the corner of the combat ring. The black-clothed young man stood there with his eyes closed in meditation. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of everyone to look over. He's the number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? The black-clothed young man was around the age of a little over 30, and he looked to be even younger than He Long and Zhong Nan. The young man had slanted brows, starry eyes, and an extremely perfect face that seemed to have been carved by a blade. It's time for Mo Xian to make a move. Mo Xian is the pride of our Darkstone Empire. Amongst the 10 people that have walked out from our Darkstone Empire, he's the one with the greatest possibility of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Mo Xian, the number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, and he'll surely fight for an extremely great honor for our Darkstone Empire. The surrounding crowd of spectators were exceedingly excited. They were filled with confidence towards the black-clothed young man. He's called Mo Xian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting Mo Xian's cultivation. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached Mo Xian when he noticed that the spiritual forces he noticed earlier had coiled around Mo Xian. Looks like I can only wait for him to ascend the combat ring before I investigate him. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that there was already no need for him to investigate Mo Xian. Swoosh! Mo Xian moved. From the beginning until the end, some of the spectators didn't see Mo Xian's movements clearly. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses only saw a black-colored bolt of lightning flash past. Subsequently, Mo Xian appeared in the sky at the center of the 9 combat rings, and he stood in midair. Moreover, his eyes gradually opened as well. Mo Xian's eyes weren't normal black pupils, and they were close to gray in color instead. They looked to be extremely deep and caused one to easily get lost within them. Whoosh! Meanwhile, for lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above Mo Xian. Third level of the void initiation stage. Mo Xian broke through again. The surroundings were in an uproar as they were shocked by the cultivation Mo Xian revealed now. Third level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he stared blankly at Mo Xian. Mo Xian looked to be at most 32 or 33 years old, yet his cultivation had already surpassed the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire in all aspects. There's an aura on Mo Xian that feels slightly familiar. I seem to have sensed it somewhere. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up as he carefully recalled yet was unable to recall where he'd sensed this aura. This aura was filled with gloominess and ruthlessness. Of course, all of this was restrained within Mo Xian's body, and it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to notice it. Mo Xian probably obtained some fortuitous encounter to possess his current cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not to mention Cloud Continent, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, the Darkstone Empire was only a small country kingdom. The appearance of such an existence in a small country kingdom like this was itself a shocking thing. If he didn't obtain a fortuitous encounter, it was practically impossible. He's Mo Xian. The number one expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire really deserves his reputation. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. This Mo Xian seems to not be 35 this year, right? No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform or the group of young geniuses below the platform, all of them sighed with emotion. The vast origin energy on Mo Xian's body was like a ball of flames that enveloped him within it. Right at this moment. Whoosh! Along with strands of material violet-colored energy appearing on the origin energy on the surface of Mo Xian's body, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Third level lightning concept. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mo Xian, the number one expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, possessed a cultivation at the third level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended third level lightning concept. Does any of the 9 of you want to challenge me? Mo Xian stood in the sky as he spoke slowly, and his cold voice carried an extremely domineering tone. For a time, the combat masters on the 9 combat rings looked at each other, yet none of them dared challenge Mo Xian in the end. Challenging Mo Xian was simply courting death. Third level Void Initiation stage and third level lightning concept was sufficient to stop all 9 of them, including Duan Lingtian. Looks like the outcome has already been decided. There's no show to watch after this. Mo Xian's strength is too strong, and he's utterly not on the same level as the other 9 combat masters. The other 9 combat masters don't even have the courage to battle him. Third level Void Initiation stage and third level lightning concept. Mo Xian's strength is already capable of comparing with the experts of the older generation. Many people in the surrounding crowd were slightly disappointed. Since Mo Xian revealed such a formidable strength, the honor of number one young genius in the empire would undoubtedly belong to him. Duan Lingtian, you're not challenging Mo Xian as well? Zhong Nan looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked via voice transmission. Even until now, he still felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled Duan Lingtian's ability. At that moment, his life seemed to be completely controlled by Duan Lingtian, and he was at Duan Lingtian's mercy. He didn't doubt it in the slightest. If Duan Lingtian wanted his life at that time, then he would die for sure. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly when he heard Zhong Nan. Challenge Mo Xian? Not to mention Mo Xian himself was in existence at the third level of the Void Initiation stage, and it was far from something the soul skill he executed with his current spiritual force, 1,000 illusions, was capable of interfering with. Even Mo Xian's third level lightning concept was sufficient to easily destroy the illusory space he created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. His soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had numerous restrictions, and it wasn't omnipotent. It was completely useless when encountering Mo Xian. I'm not a match for him. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head as he replied to Zhong Nan via voice transmission. Zhong Nan came to a sudden understanding. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the origin energy on Mo Xian's body. Precisely speaking, he was looking at the violet-colored energy contained within Mo Xian's origin energy, and it was lightning concept. Third-level lightning concept caused the violet-colored energy to have some leaping bolts of lightning within it. If one didn't observe carefully, one would be unable to notice it. Lightning, unknowingly, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in Mo Xian's lightning concept. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd pulled open the layer upon layer of fog, and he'd seen a step further into the profundities of lightning. So that's how it is. In the end, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and a smile suffused his face. As the saying goes, practice is the truth, and the facts are really like this. With today's experience, I've obtained a new comprehension of lightning, and my Tempest Point will surely be able to attain perfection in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards this. Chapter 588. Along with Mo Xian's domineering appearance, the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was nearing its end. Mo Xian used his cultivation at the third level of the Void Initiation stage and third level lightning concept to deter everyone. He caused the combat masters of the 9 combat rings, the 9 great young geniuses, to not dare challenge him. Since it's like this, then the curtains to the young genius competition this time can be considered to have come to an end. The number 1 young genius of the empire is Mo Xian. King Yong stood up once more, and his voice was like a thunderclap as it sounded out. The other 9 combat masters will obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkhan dynasty and participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The 9 of you and Mo Xian will gather at the Imperial Palace 3 days from now. At that time, the Imperial family will bestow rewards to all of you. King Yong finished speaking in one go. Subsequently, King Yong once again ascended the palanquin, and the 8 Void Stage martial artists carried the palanquin to escort King Yong away. Safe journey, King Yong. Everyone present spoke out respectfully as they sent King Yong's palanquin off with their gazes and vanished behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. The curtains to the young genius competition had come to an end. Humph. On the high platform, the representative of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, grunted coldly before leaving with another representative. This time, their Bazo Imperial Kingdom could be considered to be unique. They were the only Imperial Kingdom present that had 5 great young geniuses completely annihilated. Qi Ming, our Bazo Imperial Kingdom will remember what happened today. Wei Kuan didn't forget to threaten Qi Ming before leaving. Go ahead. Qi Ming didn't take Wei Kuan's words to heart. Meanwhile, the black clothes of Mo Xian, who was high above in the sky, fluttered rhythmically as he intended to leave. Mo Xian. Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Xian and sent a voice transmission. Instantly, Mo Xian's figure stopped, and his dim and lusterless eyes glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian before asking via voice transmission. Do you need something? Mo Xian's tone contained slight impatience mixed within. I want to make a deal with you. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. A deal? Mo Xian was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission. Void fuse fruit? You know of it? Duan Lingtian was surprised as he never imagined that Mo Xian would be able to guess his objective. Humph. Mo Xian grunted coldly. Before you, there were no less than 20 people that were interested in the void fuse fruit. However, the benefits they gave weren't sufficient to move me. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Right, it was common knowledge that the void fuse fruit was of no use to Mo Xian. Thus, there would surely be many people that wanted to obtain the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian through bartering. Obviously, no one paid a price that moved Mo Xian. The void fusing fruit is indeed of no use to me. However, if you can't take out something that interests me, I'd rather let the void fusing fruit rot in my hands than give it to anyone. Mo Xian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently and said bluntly, what do you think of a 4th grade spirit artifact? Grade 4 spirit artifact? Mo Xian's pupils constricted when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. After that, he said, you possess a grade 4 spirit weapon? I'll use a grade 4 spirit sword that can provide a 58% amplification to exchange for the void fuse fruit in your possession. How about it? Duan Lingtian asked directly. Are you sure you want to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for the void fuse fruit? Even though Mo Xian's voice transmission was still calm. But Duan Lingtian was able to sense traces of excitement from it. Obviously, Mo Xian was moved. Yes. Are you willing? Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. If you're able to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange with me 3 days from now, Then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Mo Xian agreed. To Mo Xian. His strength and natural talent weren't inferior to the numerous young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. But those extremely outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty more or less possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. Yet he didn't. If he were to go against those young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, he would undoubtedly suffer a loss. So he'd always wanted to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon. But unfortunately, even in the entire Darkstone Empire, there was only a single grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was in the possession of the imperial family. Supposedly, it was in the possession of King Yong. Yet now, he had the chance to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was even using the void fuse fruit to exchange for it, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. After he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, Mo Xian transformed into a black bolt of lightning that vanished before the eyes of everyone. Meanwhile, the young geniuses on the 9 combat rings walked down from the combat ring successively. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, congratulations. Luo Zhan and Qin Shao Shui congratulated Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied. On the other hand, Su Li sighed instead. I heard a long time ago that the Darkstone Empire had a young expert with an extremely extraordinary strength. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. Obviously, Su Li was talking about Mo Xian. Su Li, there's still 2 years until the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, you might not be unable to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian glanced at Su Li with deep meaning as he smiled. Su Li shook his head and smiled when he discerned the meaning contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was naturally able to discern that Duan Lingtian's words contained hidden meaning. But, he still had the confidence to catch up to Mo Xian 2 years from now. Both of you are freaks. Qin Shao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and Su Li, and then he sighed. Luo Zhan and I have already decided that after we leave the Darkstone Empire's imperial city this time, we won't return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom first, and we'll wander around the world, yeah. Luo Zhan nodded, and his eyes were filled with yearning. Perhaps, we'll be able to obtain fortuitous encounters that belong to us. Otherwise, if we continue to stay in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom behind closed doors, we're bound to be unable to catch up to both of you in this lifetime. Luo Zhan and Qin Shao Shui making such a decision exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. But Duan Lingtian supported them. If a flower in a greenhouse didn't experience the battering of wind and rain, its accomplishments were bound to be limited. This was something that he deeply felt. Then I slightly anticipate the scene when I see both of you again in the future, Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard Qi Ming's voice. Subsequently, he saw Qi Ming and Prince Xing walking over side by side. Vice Dean Qi, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Qi Ming, and as for Prince Xing, he was directly disregarded by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Prince Xing has something to say to you. Qi Ming lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he looked at Prince Xing. Duan Lingtian. Prince Xing looked at Duan Lingtian with a flickering gaze, and he took a deep breath before saying, perhaps there was some misunderstanding between us in the past. I hope that from now onwards, the matter between us will be written off and become a matter of the past. How about it? Prince Xing spoke with an extremely oppressive tone. Although he couldn't discern much sincerity, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be shocked. Who was Prince Xing? The younger brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, the master of Prince Xing's estate. An existence at the Void initiation stage. Now, Prince Xing admitted defeat before me? Duan Lingtian, Prince Xing is extremely sincere. Qi Ming noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, and he interrupted. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Since Vice Dean Qi has spoken, I naturally have no objections to this matter. Prince Xing, the matter between us will be written off at this point. After that, Duan Lingtian spoke to Prince Xing. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Prince Xing, and since Qi Ming had spoken, he had to give Qi Ming face no matter what. Of course, if Prince Sheng was only brushing him off for a moment, and Prince Sheng did something that was disadvantageous to him in the future, then he would absolutely not show mercy. Prince Sheng nodded and heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Duan Lingtian's improvement had given him too much pressure, so after considering for a moment, he still chose to put down his dignity and take the initiative to seek reconciliation with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he and Prince Sheng's estate would probably completely vanish from this world in the near future. This was something he had a strong premonition of. Duan Lingtian. You two ought to be the representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Su Li. Long Yun. Waves of clamorous voices sounded out from the surroundings of Duan Lingtian's group. Only now did they notice that they were surrounded by many people. Duan Lingtian's group hurriedly soared into the sky and left as if they were fleeing. There are still 3 days of time. I hope I'll be able to comprehend advanced lightning force in these 3 days. After returning to the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian started cultivating with all his might. A row of wooden figures were placed in the rear courtyard of the courtyard house, and it was precisely for the use of martial artists when cultivating. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing before these wooden figures. Swish! With a raise of his hand, he pointed out with his finger, and advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force swept out. As for his origin energy, Duan Lingtian intentionally suppressed it. Otherwise, wouldn't these wooden figures be directly blasted into powder by him? On the first day, Duan Lingtian carefully savored the things he'd comprehended from the third-level lightning concept on Mo Xian, yet he was still unable to cause his lightning force to break through. On the second day, he'd barely touched the threshold, yet he was still slightly lacking. On the third day, he smoothly broke through. Whirlwind. In the rear courtyard, Duan Lingtian's movements were like the wind as he flashed out. Since he'd comprehended advanced wind force, the high-grade earth rank movement technique he cultivated, Whirlwind, had smoothly stepped into the perfection stage. The perfection stage whirlwind speed was so swift that it was astounding. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Swish! With a point of his finger, condensed origin energy shot out, and the advanced wind force and advanced lightning force coiled within it as it swept out. The tempest point force easily swept into a wooden figure in the rear courtyard, and it struck the center of its head. Bang! After the tempest point force fused into the wooden figure, it abruptly exploded. Starting from its head, the entire wooden figure transformed into powder. The wooden figure that was still standing there a moment ago had vanished at this moment. My tempest point can be considered to have officially stepped into the perfection stage, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Presently, the two forces he'd comprehended had both stepped into the advanced stage. To him, this was an extremely great gain. I hope I'm able to advance my two advanced forces into concept as soon as possible. At that time, when my two concepts are released, it would be the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Chapter 589. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun bid their farewells to Qi Ming and the others. After that, they left the courtyard house together. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui had complicated gazes as they looked at the disappearing figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui only looked at Qi Ming when the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 vanished before their eyes, and they said, "Vice Dean Qi, we won't be returning with all of you. We intend to wander around by ourselves." Qi Ming nodded and didn't stop them. Because he knew that it was useless even if he stopped them. The crazy young master and sword young master that stood before him had obviously decided to leave. He wasn't surprised that the two of them had such a reaction. After all, the young experts that appeared in the Young Genius competition held by the Darkstone Empire this time were truly too outstanding. They suppressed Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui in all aspects. Whereas Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui had surely felt extremely pressured. Go on. I'll help you inform Guild Master Luo. Qi Ming looked at Luo Zhan as he spoke. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed towards the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian. On the way, Long Yun suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian as strands of bright lights flickered within his eyes. If you want to make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect in the future, then you must defeat me first. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard Long Yun, and then he said indifferently, Is there a need for that? Is there a need for that? Duan Lingtian's indifferent words caused Long Yun's face to instantly flush red. All in all, if you make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect, then I absolutely won't stand idly by. Long Yun spoke with a low voice. As you wish. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Humph. Su Li, who walked side by side with Duan Lingtian since the beginning, grunted coldly and glanced indifferently at Long Yun. Long Yun, Duan Lingtian is taking revenge for the Azure Forest Trisect, so you better not join in the fun. Otherwise, I won't stand idly by as well. Besides that, I won't allow Master to allow Martial Uncle Dao to interfere in this matter. Su Li's words were resolute. This made Long Yun furious. He originally had the intention of asking his master to protect the Azure Forest Trisect. However, he could tell from Su Li's words that Su Li was serious. As for Su Li's master, if he truly intended to stop his master would truly be unable to do anything. Moreover, it was unknown if they would continue staying in the Dark Han dynasty after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. In the Dark Stone Empire's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian's group quickly gathered with the other 6 people. Duan Lingtian. Zhong Nan took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. He was very grateful for Duan Lingtian's mercy 3 days ago. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile, and then introduced Su Li to Zhong Nan. Su Li, if I don't borrow the power of the earth, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat you. Zhong Nan said to Su Li, You're too modest. Su Li gently shook his head. What I'm saying is the truth. Concept is different from force. Only the force of nature is capable of affecting speed. On the other hand, no matter if it's concept of nature or equipment concept, both can be used on speed. Zhong Nan said seriously, just like you sword cultivators. Some formidable sword cultivators rely on sword concept to even transform into a sword when their bodies move, and their speed is so swift that it's shocking. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and drew the attention of everyone. Mo Xian. Mo Xian still wore black clothes as he stood proudly in the distance like a lone wolf. Not long after, someone from the Imperial Palace made an appearance and led Duan Lingtian's group of 9 to a heavily guarded place. This was a temporary residence. Every few steps, there would be a guard standing guard. The cultivations of these guards, when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed a shocking thing. These guards were actually existences at the void prying stage or above. What's this place? As he looked at the palace before him, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold and had a cinnabar mole between his brows stepped down from the sky. Behind him, 2 old men followed closely behind him like his shadow. King Yong. Instantly, all the young geniuses present bowed respectfully to King Yong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong as well. Mo Xian. After King Yong descended before Duan Lingtian and the others, he looked at Mo Xian, who stood alone at the side, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy coiled around an object before slowly pushing it before Mo Xian. This was a crystalline and translucent spirit fruit that emitted a wave of pleasant smell. The smell of it caused one to be unable to help but feel relaxed and happy. Void fuse fruit. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Instantly, many people looked enviously at the spirit fruit in Mo Xian's hand. Duan Lingtian stared at the void fuse fruit with a burning gaze. Have you prepared it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Mo Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then a spatial ring shot out with a raise of his hand to descend into Mo Xian's hand. Swoosh! With a raise of his hand, Mo Xian passed the void fuse fruit to Duan Lingtian as well. This scene caused everyone including King Yong to be astounded. What did this Duan Lingtian use to exchange it with Mo Xian? Mo Xian is actually willing to give up the void fuse fruit. Even though the void fuse fruit is useless to Mo Xian. But there don't seem to be many things that can arouse Mo Xian's interest. Unbelievable. Most of the people present were curious about what Duan Lingtian gave Mo Xian. After Duan Lingtian received the void fuse fruit, he directly stuffed it into his mouth under numerous envious and jealous gazes before swallowing it in a few mouthfuls. On the other hand, the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit was temporarily stored within his body, and he would utilize it when he cultivated. As expected of the void fuse fruit, its medicinal strength is truly shocking. It's indeed comparable to the void refining fruit and void accumulation fruit combined. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart as he sensed the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit. I ought to be able to rely on this to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. I must break through to the void initiation stage before the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition begins, and then I'll contact the possessors of the other 8 jade swords to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he had a plan in his heart. If I want to become eminent in the martial competition, then it's undoubtedly wishful thinking if I don't possess a cultivation at the void initiation stage or above. Even if it's an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, he might not be able to become eminent and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian's objective was to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and obtain the favor of the powers of the foreign lands. He wanted to use the powers of the foreign lands as a springboard to think of a way to obtain the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara. After that, he would work hard to cultivate and possess a strength that allowed him to roam freely through the foreign lands. Even to the extent that he would become the supreme Emperor Wu and look down upon the heavens and the earth. There's also Kerr and Little Fei, they're in the foreign lands now. If I want to see them, then I must leave the Darkhan dynasty and head to the foreign lands. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Duan Lingtian's yearning towards his 2 fiancées didn't decrease but increased instead. What he was most concerned about was whether they were doing well now. Duan Lingtian. A voice transmission suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it jolted him awake. What? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li. The voice transmission from before was precisely sent into his ears by Su Li. Duan Lingtian, what did you use as the price to exchange for the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian? Su Li asked curiously. Subsequently, he added. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then take it as I didn't ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Actually, it's nothing. I just took out a grade 4 spirit weapon and exchanged it for the void fuse fruit. Su Li was his friend. There was nothing to conceal about such a small matter. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, yet it caused Su Li's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. You still have a grade 4 spirit weapon? Su Li's voice transmission was filled with shock. Su Li, I'll give you a grade 4 spirit sword before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian continued. Give it to me? Grade 4 spirit sword? Su Li was shocked, and he went silent for a moment before asking. Duan Lingtian, you. Could it be that you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied casually. Sort of. Su Li was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, I don't need you to give me a grade 4 spirit sword. I have one myself. But my master doesn't allow me to use it during the selection before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart. Having a master from the foreign lands was indeed different. A grade 4 spirit sword was easily obtained. In this way, Long Yun ought to have a grade 4 spirit saber as well? Duan Lingtian asked. It isn't just a grade 4 spirit saber. According to my knowledge, he ought to have a grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. That was prepared for him by his master for him to use during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Su Li said. Grade 3 spirit saber? Duan Lingtian was instantly petrified, and he asked after a short moment. In this way, you have a grade 3 spirit sword in your possession as well? Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. It's really infuriating to compare with others, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Presently, he was at most able to produce a grade 4 spirit weapon. Yet he was unable to produce a grade 3 spirit weapon. After I consume the void fuse fruit, breaking through to the 9th level of the void prying stage ought to not be a problem. Another step and I'll be at the void initiation stage. So long as I break through to the void initiation stage, I'll be able to condense a grade 3 weapon flame and refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. Presumably, so long as he was able to gather the materials to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon before the dynasty martial competition, he would be able to use a grade 3 spirit weapon. Follow me. Meanwhile, King Yong spoke out, and he led Duan Lingtian's group of 10 to walk towards the imperial residence ahead. Everywhere they passed, the guards on guard outside moved aside. Aren't you going to inspect it? Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Xian who walked at the other side and asked via voice transmission. Because he noticed that after he passed the spatial ring that stored the grade 4 spirit sword to Mo Xian didn't take it out to inspect it. Is there any need? Mo Xian replied with a question. Duan Lingtian's face froze as he glanced deeply at Mo Xian, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into an arc. Chapter 590. The grade 4 spirit sword Duan Lingtian used to exchange for the void fuse fruit was precisely the sword the Darkhan dynasty's Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion master gave him. King Yong, this is? Duan Lingtian's group of 10 followed behind King Yong and arrived before the pavilion ahead, and someone couldn't refrain from asking. This is the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Various rare materials, medicinal pills, and spirit weapons are stored within it, King Yong spoke slowly. Spirit weapon? The eyes of many lit up. Are there grade 4 spirit weapons? King Yong shook his head. Only grade 5 spirit weapons. Instantly, the interest of everyone present waned. But there were a few people that were extremely interested. Even though they possessed grade 5 spirit weapons in their possession, they were temporarily lent to them by the powers they belonged to. Once they were eliminated in the dynasty martial competition, they would have to hand it over when they returned. If they were able to obtain a grade 5 spirit weapon now, it would undoubtedly be a good thing to them. Of course, there were also people like Duan Lingtian and Su Li that possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon of their own. These people weren't interested in grade 5 spirit weapons. The treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire has some good things in the end. In next to no time, their gazes couldn't help but light up and were filled with anticipation. All of you remember, every single one of you can only choose a single treasure from within. If anyone is greedy, then blood will splatter. An old man behind King Yong swept Duan Lingtian's group of 10 with a fierce gaze as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's group of 10 nodded. What a joke. Stealing treasures under the eyes of King Yong and these two old fellows that were suspected to be at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, wasn't that courting death? Rumble. Rumble. Finally, the door to the Darkstone Empire's treasure vault was opened. The scene that entered their eyes was a dazzling sight, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be dazzled. Right when King Yong intended to bring Duan Lingtian and the others in. Wait. A voice that was pleasant like an oriole suddenly sounded out from the horizon. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but turn around. A yellow figure, as fast as lightning, descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Lingtian and the others in the blink of an eye. A beautiful yellow-clothed girl appeared in front of the group of people. Even the guards who had heard the commotion were stunned. The person who fell from the sky was actually a young girl. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 or 16 years old, a 15 or 16-year-old emptiness realm martial artist. The group of guards felt their scalps go numb. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the Prince of Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and the group of young geniuses were all dumbfounded. Compared to the yellow-clothed girl in front of them, they felt that they had lived like dogs all these years. When they were at their age, it was already not bad to have a cultivation at the origin core stage. Be careful. Right at this moment, Prince Yong seemed to have noticed something, and his face went pale as he shouted out in surprise. At the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, shot towards Duan Lingtian with the fastest speed possible. Amongst the people present, only Prince Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and Mo Xian and Yilong were able to clearly see the trajectory of these two bolts of lightning. Hiss hiss, in next to no time, they saw a scene that caused them to be astounded. They saw that a little python had appeared on each side of Duan Lingtian's shoulders, the two little pythons, one black and one white. They were utterly unable to discern what type of snake they were. Presently, the two little pythons were flicking their tongues as they excitedly licked Duan Lingtian's face. Little black, little white. Whereas Duan Lingtian had recovered from the shock of the yellow-clothed young girl's appearance, and he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons before sizing them up with a light smile. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, the yellow-clothed young girl looked at Duan Lingtian. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl and was slightly pleasantly surprised. How did all of you know I was here? The yellow-clothed young girl before him wasn't someone else. It was precisely Han Xuanai that took the two little pythons away that day. Big brother Lingtian, little black, little white, and I originally returned to that cave to look for you, but unexpectedly, you'd already left. So we came all the way here to look for you. Han Xuanai said with a light smile, I heard you came to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition? It has already ended. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's ended? Han Xuanai drooped her little head and was slightly listless. After that, she seemed to have thought of something and asked. Then what are all of you doing now? This is the treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Palace. We intend to go in and receive the rewards of the Young Genius competition this time, and each of us will choose a treasure. Duan Lingtian said. Treasure? Can I go in and choose with you? Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as her interest was aroused. This. You'll have to ask King Yong. Duan Lingtian looked at King Yong with embarrassment, and he said via voice transmission with a slightly perturbed expression. King Yong, this little girl is insensible, don't. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking to remedy the situation. Han Xuanai had already walked before King Yong, and she wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing King Yong, who had a serious expression. Whoosh! Han Xuanai soared into the sky and stretched out her white wrist to lightly pat King Yong on the shoulder. Uncle Red Mole, I want to go in and choose a treasure with Big Brother Lingtian. Is that all right? Xuanai. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Han Xuanai would make such an insane action, and he instantly felt his scalp go numb. Uncle Red Mole? The others were dumbstruck when they heard Han Xuanai, including the two old men behind King Yong. Subsequently, the group of people looked at Han Xuanai with pitiful expressions. As far as they were concerned. Even though this young woman was beautiful and possessed extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao. But joking with the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, like this bode ill for her. King Yong, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and wanted to plead for mercy for Han Xuanai. Of course. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had only just touched a meter away from Han Xuanai's body when it sunk into the sea and didn't move again. It's as if there's some sort of energy that's preventing me from detecting Han Xuanai. This feeling is completely different from when I'm detecting a void interpretation stage expert like King Yong. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the identity of this yellow-clothed young woman of unknown origins was becoming more and more mysterious. Hiss hiss, right at this moment, the sounds of the two little pythons flicking their tongues sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Right, how could I have forgotten about you two? Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and sent a voice transmission into their ears. Little black, little white. Both of you ought to be able to communicate with me via voice transmission now, right? If you're unable, then both of you are even inferior to little gold. Instantly. Big brother, we're much more formidable than it. When we were at the void prying stage, we were already able to communicate with big sister Hanshu and I via voice transmission. Yeah. Big brother, we're very formidable. Two hurried and immature voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the same time. The former sounded like the voice of a young boy. Chapter 591. Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart when he heard the voice transmission of the two little pythons. These two little fellows were really unwilling to admit defeat before the little gold mouse. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he recalled the contents of the little black snake's voice transmission that sounded like a boy's. When we were at the void prying stage, we were able to communicate with big sister Xuanai via voice transmission. These were the little black snake's words. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the two little pythons. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. Before his spiritual power could reach the two little pythons were already in a daze. A mysterious and unfathomable energy stretched out from the complicated markings on the bodies of the two little pythons, and it blocked his spiritual force. It caused his spiritual force to be unable to touch the bodies of the two little pythons, let alone detect their cultivations. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The two little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of the energy that stretched out from the complicated markings on their bodies. This could be seen from their reactions. The gold markings on Little Black's body and the silver markings on Little White's body. All those years ago, I felt they were extraordinary. Now, they're actually able to stretch out a mysterious energy to resist my spiritual force. Duan Lingtian's heart shook and he was shocked in his heart. What's the cultivation of the two of you little fellows now? Who's more formidable? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Big brother, I'm more formidable. The little black snake's boy-like voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears first. Big brother, I'm already at the third level of the void initiation stage. Little White is only at the second level of the void initiation stage. She isn't as formidable as me. The little white snake instead drooped her little head and didn't reply. Duan Lingtian hurriedly consoled. All right, Little White. Your natural talent isn't inferior to Little Black. You'll surely be able to catch up to Little Black very quickly. The little white snake raised her little head when she heard this, and she lightly rubbed the back of Duan Lingtian's hand. Big brother, I'll work hard. I'll surely surpass Little Black. Duan Lingtian had a complicated look in his eyes when he heard Little White's confident words. He had long realized that Little Black and Little White would have extraordinary achievements if they followed Xuanai. But he never imagined that the two little fellows had actually already broken through to the void initiation stage, and it was even at the second and third level of the void initiation stage. He'd completely left the little gold mouse behind. Xiao Jin, where are you now? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the little golden mouse, and he felt a wave of worry. Duan Lingtian, aren't you going to choose? Time is running out. Suddenly, Su Li came to Duan Lingtian's side and reminded the Duan Lingtian who was playing with the snake. There's a time limit? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Prince of Yong just said that he would give us half an hour. Su Li said again. Duan Lingtian nodded and began to walk around the treasury. What treasury? It's all a pile of trash. I'm not choosing. Right at this moment, Han Xuanai's voice suddenly sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. This little ancestor's background was extraordinary, and it was even to the extent that she might be from a formidable power in the foreign lands. It was pardonable that she who possessed such a background looked down upon the treasures within the Darkstone Empire's treasury. The corners of the mouths of most of the young geniuses, including Su Li, twitched. I've known her since a few years ago. According to my judgment, her identity isn't simple, and she ought to be from the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. The foreign lands? Su Li's pupils constricted, and then he said via voice transmission, no wonder King Yong is so courteous to her. Looks like she ought to have told King Yong of her identity, or perhaps King Yong has guessed her identity. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's group of 10, and now Hanshu and I had arrived, and they followed behind King Yong and the two old men as they soared into the sky. Over there. King Yong brought along the two old men and Duan Lingtian's group of 11 to head towards the east. After a short moment, they left the imperial palace and the imperial city. A lofty and enormous mountain appeared ahead. Meanwhile, King Yong stopped moving. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others stopped moving as well. Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were bewildered as to why King Yong brought them here, rumble. The lofty and enormous mountain ahead trembled, and it started to sway before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Right at this moment. Swoosh! An exceedingly enormous figure charged into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it stood in the clouds and approached Duan Lingtian and the others. Roar! A demon beast that was like an enormous mountain appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and it roared into the sky and emitted a deafening enormous roar. For a time, the clouds and mist in the horizon were dispersed by its roar. On the other hand, the expressions of the few 8th-level void-prying stage martial artists in Duan Lingtian's group, including Long Yun, couldn't help but go slightly pale. Obviously, they were affected by the enormous roar of the demon beast. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to see it clearly. The demon beast before them was a tiger-type demon beast, and its body was enormous like an enormous mountain. When looked at from afar, it was like a tiger with an enormous mountain backbone, and its body was coiled with a mane that was like flames. This demon beast, under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of probing this demon beast. Right at this moment, a voice transmission from Origin Energy followed along his spiritual force and transmitted over. Little fellow, your strength isn't bad. A mere 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist is actually able to resist my sound wave that contained Origin Energy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force completely dispersed. That's a third eye? Duan Lingtian, who observed in detail, quickly noticed. A crack suddenly split open between the brows of this enormous demon beast, and a demonic eye appeared before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, this eye closed once more. 3 eyes. It's even able to see through my cultivation with a single glance, Duan Lingtian gasped as the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind, and he intended to know the background of this demon beast. In next to no time, he found the answer. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this demon beast before him ought to be 3-eyed flame tiger. Duan Lingtian's thoughts hadn't finished when he heard Han Xuanai's slightly surprised voice. Xuanai is actually able to recognize it? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Earlier, he'd found records related to the 3-eyed flame tiger from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The 3-eyed flame tiger was a type of demon beast with formidable strength. An adult 3-eyed flame tiger even had the chance to ascend to the void interpretation stage. It was a king amongst the numerous demon beasts beneath the demon realm. So long as the 3-eyed flame tiger's third eye is open, it's able to see through the cultivation of a person or demon beast with a cultivation lower than it with a single glance. Earlier, it precisely relied on its third eye to see through my cultivation. The bewilderment in Duan Lingtian's heart vanished without a trace. What a pity, Han Xuanai looked at the distant 3-eyed flame tiger, and she was like a little adult as she commented on it. Your bloodline isn't pure, and you'll at most be at the 9th level of the void initiation stage in this lifetime. It's difficult for you to advance a step further. Han Xuanai's words infuriated the three-eyed flame tiger. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger shook its head that was like a small hill, and its enormous eyes that seemed to be burning with flame stared fixedly at Han Xuanai. What? Big guy, you're angry? Han Xuanai chuckled, and she seemed as if she didn't take the big fellow seriously. Roar! Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger was completely enraged, and it roared out explosively as its figure flashed out to charge directly over. Right at this instant, Duan Lingtian felt a scorching aura assault his face, and it caused his expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. The other young geniuses, including the strongest Imo Xian, went grim as well. Right at this moment, a gentle and enormous force arrived, and it carried Duan Lingtian and the others to the side. It was precisely King Yong that had made a move. Chapter 592. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's face went grim when faced with such a dangerous scene, and he couldn't help but exclaim out in surprise. He utterly didn't have the time to think why King Yong only didn't bring Han Xuanai along and move aside. In the distance, Han Xuanai's expression remained unchanged when facing the three-eyed flame tiger that seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that pounced over. Yet at this moment, in the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger that dashed swiftly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes swept out and revealed its cultivation. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Not only that, along with the pulsating origin energy on the surface of the three-eyed flame tiger's body, a fiery red energy that was almost material perfectly fused with the origin energy, and it seemed as if flames were burning. Meanwhile, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Besides being a 9th level void initiation stage demon beast, this three-eyed flame tiger had comprehended 8th level fire concept as well. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger pounced towards Han Xuanai, and its body that was like an enormous mountain was simply two extremes when compared to Han Xuanai's body. When compared to the three-eyed flame tiger, the difference between Han Xuanai was even more like the difference between an ant and a human. King Yong wouldn't have intentionally left without saving her, right? At this moment, similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of the 10 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian at the same time. King Yong's actions of only saving them and not saving the young woman caused them to be unable to wrap their heads around it. But the following scene caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. Presently, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian, besides King Yong, everyone else had their eyes wide open and dumbstruck expressions. Heavens! What did we see? Han Xuanai, who was in the distance, unhurriedly raised her hand when facing the three-eyed flame tiger that carried the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, everyone present clearly saw. Han Xuanai lightly leaped up, and her white wrist that was like white jade unhurriedly stretched out from beneath her sleeve to greet the three-eyed flame tiger that approached menacingly. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger let out a loud roar and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Han Xuanai into its stomach. At this moment, Han Xuanai made another move. Her lithe figure narrowly avoided the three-eyed flame tiger's ferocious mouth. Immediately after, she arrived at the three-eyed flame tiger's forehead. Whoosh! Her slender jade-like hand formed a palm and pressed down on the three-eyed flame tiger's forehead. At this moment, at the center of Han Xuanai's palm, origin energy appeared out of thin air, condensing into a whirlpool that started to spin. In an instant, waves of strong winds swept out in all directions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and the others felt a gust of violent wind assault them, and they had to use their origin energy to protect their bodies before they could barely stand still in the air. Their robes fluttered in the wind. What powerful origin energy! Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but shrink as he was inexplicably shocked. Such formidable origin energy had obviously already surpassed the void initiation stage. Void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and at the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head, wanting to clearly see the total number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had condensed into form above Han Xuanai. But unfortunately, in the next moment, the waves of coldness that were born from the violent wind caused him to be unable to refrain from closing his eyes. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked forward with difficulty, he instead saw. This coldness came from the swiftly revolving origin energy vortex on Han Xuanai's hand. Presently, waves of extremely terrifying icy cold aura were extending out from the origin energy vortex. The air around Han Xuanai was now frozen to the point it was practically motionless. Big guy, I know you three-eyed flame tigers hate water and ice the most. I'll let you have a taste of being frozen into a popsicle. Suddenly, Han Xuanai spoke out with a voice that was moving like an oriole, yet at this moment caused one's hair to stand on end. Frozen into a popsicle? Right when the hearts of Duan Lingtian and the others jerked. Han Xuanai's palm descended and slapped onto the space between the three-eyed flame tiger's brows. Instantly, a terrifying hurricane swept out, and an extremely icy cold aura was mixed within it, whereas the clouds and mist in the horizon had completely stopped at this moment. They were completely frozen by the icy cold aura. Duan Lingtian and the others were utterly unable to clearly see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared above Han Xuanai. When the clouds and mist swayed once again, the figures of Han Xuanai and the three-eyed flame tiger had once again appeared before the eyes of everyone. But the scene before their eyes caused everyone, including King Yong, to be dumbstruck. I've really become a popsicle, Duan Lingtian looked ahead and muttered. At the place Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on, the distant three-eyed flame tiger had stopped on the spot. Whereas now, there was a layer of thick ice that had frozen the three-eyed flame tiger within it, causing it to become a unique ice sculpture. Whereas within the ice sculpture, one could vaguely see that the origin energy on the three-eyed flame tiger was gradually being annihilated. As for the 8th level fire concept within the three-eyed flame tiger's origin energy, it had been completely destroyed long ago. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger was completely frozen in midair, and its body started to slowly descend. Right at this moment. Swoosh! A swift figure instantly arrived beneath the three-eyed flame tiger's body and supported it up, so as to prevent the three-eyed flame tiger from falling down. Otherwise, with the height the three-eyed flame tiger was at now, once it fell down, it would surely transform into countless pieces along with the ice that froze it. The person that saved the three-eyed flame tiger was naturally King Yong. Presently, King Yong had a bitter smile as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the distance. In the eyes of King Yong, the seemingly harmless young girl was no different than a devil. Miss Xuanai, this three-eyed flame tiger didn't intentionally make things difficult for you, please show mercy. King Yong's tone contained slight helplessness mixed within. Humph. Xuanai wouldn't really be a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Han Xuanai and felt his back go cold. Of course, Duan Lingtian only thought in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to become a popsicle like the three-eyed flame tiger. Moreover, this was only Duan Lingtian's irresponsible and random guess. If Xuanai was really a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, then how could she possibly be willing to call a young kid like him, Big Brother? All these thoughts of his didn't hold water before the facts. Perhaps, Xuanai's appearance didn't change in the slightest during these past few years because of some reason. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. But, such a large popsicle is really rare in the world. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen in ice. 15 minutes? King Yong looked at the three-eyed flame tiger above him and laughed bitterly. Meanwhile, everyone including the two old men that had always been following behind King Yong looked at Han Xuanai with gazes filled with terror and astonishment. Never had they imagined that this harmless-looking young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. So, that's how it is. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally confirm that Xuanai was not an old witch or a heavenly maiden. Xuanai, can you tell me about your background? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling in his heart, and his curiosity about Han Xuanai's background was stirring. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian, you'll naturally know in the future. Even if I tell you now, you might not know. Han Xuanai's answer was ambiguous. I might not know if you tell me. Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard Han Xuanai's answer. After all, he wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well in Han Xuanai's eyes. Perhaps in Han Xuanai's eyes, he was only a country bumpkin that had never left the Dark Han dynasty, a hothead that had never been to the foreign lands. However, in reality, he possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of an extremely formidable Emperor Wu. This little girl Xuanai is still acting mysterious with me. Perhaps her background is closely related to the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he had interacted with many of the top forces on Cloud Continent. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, it was extremely likely that Han Xuanai was from one of those forces. It was a coincidence. Amongst those forces, one of them was led by a person surnamed Han. The ancient clan, Han clan. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the Han clan was one of the most ancient clans on Cloud Continent. It was immortal after countless years. In Cloud Continent, there were only 2 clans that could be traced back to the ancient times. These 2 clans had been passed down until now and were called ancient clans. The Han clan was one of them. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart and didn't pursue the matter further with Han Xuanai. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. If he was able to become a martial monarch or even Emperor Wu in the future, he would surely have interacted with the top forces on Cloud Continent. At that time, he only had to casually ask to know if Han Xuanai was a member of the ancient clan, the Han clan. Let's go. Suddenly, King Yong's stern shout sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. They saw King Yong making the 3-eyed flame tiger beneath his feet carry them away, yet the 3-eyed flame tiger didn't move in the slightest and stood on the spot without moving. As if it was frozen. This caused the group of young geniuses to be slightly speechless. Could it be that this 3-eyed flame tiger still thinks it's frozen and unable to move? Xuanai. When he saw King Yong's expression becoming more and more unsightly, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai nodded knowingly, then lightly raised her leg and stomped on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger as she shouted in a delicate voice. Big guy, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll turn you into ice again. The word rod hadn't been spoken. The 3-eyed flame tiger seemed as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and its figure flashed out to directly head towards the Dark Han dynasty. This caused the people present to be unable to refrain from sighing. Especially King Yong, a strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. At this moment, King Yong was even planning in his heart if he should properly teach the 3-eyed flame tiger a lesson later and make the 3-eyed flame tiger be afraid of him like it was afraid of Han Xuanai. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the 3-eyed flame tiger not listening to him anymore. It could be imagined. If the 3-eyed flame tiger were to know of King Yong's thoughts, it would probably be frightened to the point of fainting. Xuanai, accompany Little Black and Little White. I want to cultivate for a period of time. Chapter 594. Now, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, and I'm only a step away from the Void Initiation stage. I ought to contact the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew a crystalline and translucent jade sword from his spatial ring. This jade sword was precisely the key left behind by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. The Sword Monarch's treasure, just by hearing its name, one would know that it was a treasure vault left behind by a formidable martial monarch. Moreover, it was a sword cultivator martial monarch. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved the origin energy in his hand rhythmically just like 3 years ago, and he activated the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard an aged voice. After 3 years, you've finally made an appearance once more. I heard that fellow from the Darkstone Empire mention you 3 years ago. You're the owner of the other jade sword? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears through the voice transmission inscription, and it was extremely clear. Where are you from? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I'm from the Cry Phoenix Empire. The aged voice replied indifferently. Cry Phoenix Empire? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. The Cry Phoenix Empire is extremely far away from the Darkstone Empire, and it doesn't belong to the Darkhan dynasty. The aged voice continued. I heard that fellow say the other day that you want to wait for your strength to be sufficient before asking us to open the Sword Monarch's treasure together. You took the initiative to contact us this time. Have you already prepared? As he finished speaking, the aged voice was slightly excited. Just think about it. The key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure had gathered dust in his possession for many years, and now that it could be put to use and open up a great fortuitous encounter, it was undoubtedly something that caused one to be excited. Not to mention the various dynasties including the Darkhan dynasty, even if it was in the entire foreign lands, countless martial artists would covet the Sword Monarch's treasure. Of course, if one didn't have a jade sword, it would probably be impossible to find the location of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Furthermore, even if he had the jade sword, it would be useless if he didn't have all 9 of them. Only by gathering all 9 jade swords would one be able to head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and open it through the guidance of the jade swords. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded. Very good. The owner of the old voice said excitedly, how about this, you and I set a time and place. I'll be in charge of contacting the other 7 people. We'll meet at the agreed place, Fangji. How about that? Sure. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. When and where do you think we should meet? The owner of the old voice said, I have a rough idea of where they are. How about this? Let's meet at the Pheasant Ridge north of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city in 3 months. Dongsang Empire? Sure. Duan Lingtian replied, then it's settled. See you in 3 months. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Dongsang Empire before. It was an empire that was adjacent to the Darkstone Empire, and it was situated in the east of the Darkstone Empire. After passing through the eastern border of the Darkstone Empire was the Dongsang Empire. See you there. The owner of the old voice spoke out as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy he'd fused with the voice transmission inscription and broke off the connection with the owner of the voice. He thought in his heart and intended to put away the jade sword in his hand. Unexpectedly. Whoosh! A swift gust of wind attacked. In the next moment, the jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was seized away. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person that seized his jade sword was Han Xuanai. Big brother Ling Tian, this jade sword of yours doesn't seem to be simple. Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at the jade sword in her hand, then looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke with deep meaning. There's nothing not simple about it, it's just a little toy. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and smiled as he stretched out his hand to seize the jade sword from Han Xuanai's hand. Unexpectedly, Han Xuanai moved aside, causing Duan Lingtian to grab onto thin air. Big brother Lingtian, you're lying. How could a little toy have an inscription on it? Moreover, it's a voice transmission inscription. As she spoke up to hear, the gaze Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with craftiness. Xuanai. You're able to discern that there's a voice transmission inscription on it? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly surprised. For a moment, Han Xuanai was even more mysterious in his eyes. Hee. I've seen this type of inscription before. Han Xuanai laughed. Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. If Han Xuanai was really a member of the ancient Han clan, then it wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. The Han clan didn't lack inscription masters, nor did they lack voice transmission inscriptions. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes ceaselessly spun as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile, and she seemed as if she wouldn't return the jade sword to Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian didn't tell her. Xuanai, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, then he sent a voice transmission and told Han Xuanai the origins of the jade sword. Sword Monarch's treasure? After Han Xuanai found out about the origins of the jade sword, her mischievous eyes flickered with bright lights, and she'd obviously aroused interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure. Big brother Ling Tian, you're too bad. You wouldn't be intending to abandon me, Little Black, and Little White to go to such a fun place by yourself, right? After Han Xuanai returned the jade sword to Duan Lingtian, she spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Fun place? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he laughed embarrassedly, yet he didn't admit it. Even though he did indeed have such thoughts. Big brother Ling Tian, I want to go with you. Han Xuanai's tone was resolute and decisive, and there wasn't the slightest room for discussion. If you want to go, then go with me. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse. As far as he was concerned, Han Xuanai was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above, and even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, she was a top expert. If he had her, then perhaps his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure would be even easier. Needless to say, as a 9th-level void initiation stage demon beast, the three-eyed flame tiger's speed was extremely swift. It only spent a month of time to traverse the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and the Dark Han dynasty's capital to arrive in the sky above its destination. The three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky without moving in the slightest, and it was like an enormous mountain that floated high in the sky. On this enormous mountain, a group of people stood in a row as they looked down at the vast expanse of land below them. This is the Dark Han dynasty's capital? A young genius couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Presently, a city that was so vast that it was comparable to the sum of a few Darkstone Empire's imperial cities had appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. As expected of the Dark Han dynasty's capital, it's absolutely the largest city I've seen in my lifetime. Zhong Nan sighed with emotion. Yeah, even I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well before the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Gao Yuhai lightly fanned the fan in his hand, and he had a complicated gaze. All of you will only know what a frog at the bottom of a well is when you truly see the young experts of the Dark Han dynasty. King Yong said indifferently, according to my knowledge, there are many people in the Dark Han dynasty with strengths that aren't inferior to Mo Xian. Even though all of you have come here to compete for the qualifications to participate in the selection, I only have confidence in Mo Xian. Of course, it isn't that I'm looking down on your natural talent. Amongst all of you, Duan Lingtian and Su Li aren't inferior to Mo Xian in terms of natural talent. But unfortunately, they're too young. If they were given a few more years of time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to catch up to Mo Xian. When he spoke up to hear, King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li as if he was consoling them. For a time, the gazes of most people couldn't help but descend onto Duan Lingtian and Su Li. King Yong's words were extremely pertinent, and most of them agreed. Of course, there were also some that didn't agree. That was Long Yun. At this moment, Long Yun had an unconvinced expression. It was as if he was unconvinced because King Yong didn't mention him. Duan Lingtian and Su Li couldn't help but look at each other when they heard King Yong. Duan Lingtian, looks like King Yong doesn't look favorably upon the two of us. Su Li spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Then we'll let our actions prove that his judgment is wrong. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied with an indifferent expression. I have the same intention. Su Li's face was filled with confidence. Come, let's go over there. In next to no time, King Yong spoke out and urged the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the continuous mountain range at the west of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The continuous mountain range was impossible to see the end of. After King Yong found a spacious gorge as a resting place for the three-eyed flame tiger, he instructed. From today onwards, you'll stay here. Once the dynasty martial competition ends, I'll bring the people that were eliminated to come look for you and return to the Darkstone Empire together. Aowu, the three-eyed flame tiger's body that was like an enormous mountain, lay within the gorge as he nodded to King Yong. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at the nearby yellow-clothed young woman, and fear that came from the soul was mixed within the depths of his gaze. Let's go. After settling down the three-eyed flame tiger, King Yong and the two old men behind him brought along Duan Lingtian and the others to head directly to the Darkhan dynasty's capital. Looking down at the Darkhan dynasty's capital from the sky was a completely different feeling from looking up at it from outside the gates of the Darkhan dynasty's capital. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the two little pythons stuck out their heads from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, and their eyes contained slight excitement mixed within. They knew the objective of Duan Lingtian's trip this time as well. They were similarly filled with interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure. The two of them left the capital of the Darkhan dynasty. Xuanai, shouldn't we go look for a demon beast as a means of transportation? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked. Big brother Lingtian, you're so stupid. There's no need to look for another demon beast. Han Xuanai shook her head, and then she took the lead to head directly towards the continuous mountain range in the west. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something, and his eyes revealed a trace of a strange sheen. I forgot. Perhaps that tri-wood tiger wouldn't pay any attention to me, but he obeyed Han Xuanai's every command. Within the gorge of the continuous mountain range, the three-eyed flame tiger was lying there, and he intended to sleep in. He'd been exhausted since long ago from flying all along the way. Especially when he thought of being able to get away from that little she-devil, his mood was extremely good. Swoosh! Suddenly, a fierce beast entered the gorge by mistake. The three-eyed flame tiger opened his mouth and let out a low roar, and a terrifying suction force swept out to swallow the fierce beast into his stomach. After he burped, the three-eyed flame tiger closed his eyes in satisfaction. I can finally sleep in properly, right at this moment. Big guy. A voice that was pleasant like an oriole sounded out, and it caused the body of the three-eyed flame tiger that was like an enormous mountain to tremble. For a time. Since the moment he left the treasure-gathering pavilion, he'd noticed that someone was following him and Han Xuanai from the shadows. That person's cultivation was rather profound. It was an existence at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sighed. Big brother Lingtian, what you mean is that person came for the grade 4 spirit sword we just obtained from the treasure-gathering pavilion? Han Xuanai asked. Only this possibility. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his eyes flashed. Moreover, that person's identity ought to not be simple. It's even to the extent that he might be the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. An existence at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. In flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian could only connect that person with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. As for the others, it was probably impossible for them to possess such a cultivation. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had just left the city not long ago. Swoosh! Piercingly cold howls of the wind swept over, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived not far ahead of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. An aged figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. This was an old man with a robust figure, a goatee, and a pair of eyes that flickered with a sheen of greed. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion? Even though Duan Lingtian had his guesses, he still asked for confirmation. You're extremely smart, you were actually able to guess my identity. Chapter 597. Is that so? Duan Lingtian didn't get angry when he heard the old man, but laughed instead. When he saw the killing intent in the old man's eyes ceaselessly rising, Duan Lingtian said, "The treasure-gathering pavilion is an extremely famous business in the Darkhan dynasty at any rate, yet I never imagined that scum like you would appear. The reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion will sooner or later be ruined by scum like you." "Huh." The old man suddenly started laughing loudly and said with a savage expression, "So long as I kill all of you, who would know that it was me? Who would know that your deaths are related to the treasure-gathering pavilion? Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not understanding the principle of not showing off your wealth. A grade 4 spirit weapon isn't something you're worthy of possessing." As he finished speaking, the old man spoke with a reprimanding tone. "If I'm not worthy of possessing it, could it be that you're worthy?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man and sneered. "Do you really think that everything is within your control now?" The old man's face went slightly grim when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed, and he looked around the surroundings. When he noticed that there was no movement in the surroundings, the old man sneered. "Kid, don't try to be mysterious. Today, you, this little girl, and the 2 snake-type demon beasts by your side will all die." Obviously, the old man had noticed Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai walking all the way here. He even knew of the existence of the 2 little pythons. "Then let's see if you have the ability." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man, and then he looked at Han Xuanai who stood at the side. "Xuanai, I'll leave this old fellow to you. Don't worry, big brother Lingtian." Xuanai nodded, and then she looked at the old man, and her voice that was pleasant like an oriole's was filled with a trace of icy coldness. "I hate disrespectful old things like you the most. Little girl, you're courting death." The old man burst into rage when he heard Han Xuanai, and the origin energy on his body roiled as he abruptly took a step forward and prepared to attack. In the sky above him, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil as numerous ancient WYRM silhouettes started to condense into embryonic form. Unfortunately, in the next moment, all of this was obliterated into nothingness. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past. The old man maintained his posture of taking a step forward, but his body was frozen in place. Around his body, a thick layer of ice enveloped him, completely sealing him in ice. For a moment, the old man turned into an ice sculpture. One could vaguely see that there was only fear left in the old man's eyes. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. Meeting Xuanai can only be considered as this old fellow's bad luck. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian's heart was still full of shock. Earlier, his gaze had been on Xuanai from the beginning until the end, wanting to see what cultivation Xuanai actually had. Unfortunately, before he could see clearly how many silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xuanai's head had completely vanished. The old man was also sealed in ice. "Big brother Lingtian, I'll go look for big guy first. I'll leave him to you." Han Xuanai gave Duan Lingtian a brilliant smile, then she soared into the sky and concealed herself in the sky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled helplessly. He was able to discern. Xuanai couldn't be bothered to kill this old fellow. Being lazy to this extent can be considered to be at the same level. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the ice sculpture before him, and he walked over step by step. Countless strands of dragon-shaped origin energy fused with the earthen yellow energy in the end, transforming into a layer of defensive energy that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body. If one looked carefully, one would be able to notice. Within this layer of defensive energy, there were numerous strands of earthen yellow energy that had condensed into numerous dragon-shaped origin energy that ceaselessly flowed and flashed about within the defensive energy. I've comprehended Earth Force since I've comprehended Earth Force, and this high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier, can be considered to have stepped into the initial stage. But the Earth Dragon's Barrier at this stage is only capable of resisting the attacks of martial artists below the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Only by comprehending half-step advanced Earth Force and allowing the Earth Dragon's Barrier to step into the Mastery stage would it be of help to me now. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about. Defensive martial skills weren't omnipotent, and there were numerous restrictions. Presently, there are only 3 days left until the agreed time of the other possessors of the Jade Swords. I ought to return. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he soared into the sky and returned to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Big brother Lingtian, you've broken through. Duan Lingtian had just returned to the inn and had just seen Han Xuanai when she noticed the changes in his body. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Han Xuanai had seen through his cultivation, and he lightly smiled as he nodded. Congratulations, big brother Lingtian. Logically speaking, if there were demon beasts here, they ought to have smelled the smell of blood since long ago and followed the smell of blood over. Big brother Ling Tian, there are naturally demon beasts here. But don't forget, demon beasts are existences that possess the intelligence of humans. They've sensed the big guy's aura from afar, so how could they dare come over and give their lives away? Han Xuanai shook her head and smiled. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he recall that the big fellow beneath his feet was a formidable 9th-level void initiation stage demon beast. How could ordinary demon beasts dare be presumptuous before it? But this place still belongs to the outer sea. Even though there are many demon beasts, the strongest are at most some void initiation stage demon beasts. If we continue heading towards the inner sea, we might even encounter void interpretation stage demon beasts. Han Xuanai continued. Xuanai, you seem to be extremely familiar with the sea. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He noticed that when Xuanai introduced the sea, she was extremely familiar with it. When I was young, my father didn't have time to accompany me, so I basically asked Qingnu to bring me to play in the sea. Han Xuanai's face revealed a wisp of sorrow as she sighed. As time passed, the boundless sea became a part of my childhood. When she spoke up to hear, Han Xuanai paused for a moment, and the sorrow on her face vanished without a trace. I heard Qingnu say that there are even some void transformation stage demons in the depths of the inner sea. If we continue heading towards the core area of the inner sea, we might even encounter demon monarchs and demon emperors. Demon monarchs? Demon emperors? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. According to the information he obtained from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. All those years ago, when Samsara Emperor Wu went deep into the boundless sea, he'd once encountered some demon monarchs and 3 demon emperors. One of the demon emperors had a strength that was even close to him. It was precisely because of this that Samsara Emperor Wu took into account the unknown nature of the boundless sea, so he chose to return to Cloud Continent. Perhaps, if Samsara Emperor Wu continued to go deep into the boundless sea all those years ago, he might even encounter a demon emperor that was stronger than him. This was also the thing that Samsara Emperor Wu was most worried about. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Samsara Emperor Wu's choice at that time was undoubtedly wise. When Dong Ming, who stood nearby, heard Han Xuanai, he was terrified to the point his face went pale. For the first time, he felt that. So it turned out that the sea was so terrifying as well. He originally thought that only existences at the void transformation stage and above existed in the foreign lands. Who knew that there were even existences in the sea? Swish! Yu Jian led the way in front while Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind. The deep sea was originally extremely quiet, and Duan Lingtian's group had broken the silence as they moved through it. All along the way, the glowing seaweed and various deep-sea creatures entered their eyes, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be slightly dazzled. We're still going down. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He noticed that the origin energy light barriers on the surface of the bodies of some of the 11 people with comparatively weaker cultivations had already started to tremble. In the deep sea, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure. All of you, come in. After another period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy light barriers on the surface of their bodies were already on the verge of collapse, and he spoke to them. Chapter 609. The door of the Sword Monarch's treasure that was at the bottom of the sea before him caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. Even if it was Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, even though he'd played many similar games, it wasn't exaggerated and exhausting to such an extent. The martial monarch that left behind this Sword Monarch's treasure seems to have gone a bit too far. Even though he thought like this in his heart, Duan Lingtian didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Perhaps the martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure was more playful. How do we enter? In next to no time, someone noticed this problem. For a time, the gazes of everyone including Duan Lingtian started to revolve around the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure and size it up. They wanted to find the method to open it. After looking for a long time, everyone was still bewildered. According to rumor, the 9 jade swords are the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. But there isn't even a single keyhole on this door. Someone frowned. Looks like we can only force our way in. A blue-clothed middle-aged man took a step forward, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy skyrocketed while his concept followed like a shadow as it pressed down towards the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the seawater roiled and became extremely muddy. At the same time, it shocked many underwater creatures to the point they fled in all directions as if they were fleeing for their lives. These underwater creatures couldn't even be considered as wild beasts, and they didn't possess the slightest offensive strength. The blue-clothed middle-aged man's attack caused quite a commotion, yet the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure didn't move in the slightest. What a firm door. The blue-clothed middle-aged man had a shocked expression as he looked at the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. He was in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage at any rate, but even if he exerted his full strength and utilized his concept, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure actually didn't move in the slightest. Humph. Han Xuanai, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, grunted lightly and mocked. Don't forget that this Sword Monarch's treasure is a treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the void transformation stage. The things he left behind, not to mention you, a void initiation stage martial artist, even a void transformation stage martial artist may not be able to destroy them. Hearing Han Xuanai's words, the blue-clothed middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. I was reckless. Making a move in front of Miss is like showing off in front of an expert. Young Miss, I wonder if you have a way to open the door to the Sword Monarch's treasure? If we can't open this door, then our trip today will be in vain. A green-clothed old man looked at Han Xuanai respectfully and asked. Instantly, besides Duan Lingtian, who was still sizing up the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure from top to bottom, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. Everyone looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai was, without a doubt, the most powerful existence in this group. Being stared at by so many people, Han Xuanai frowned unhappily. Didn't you hear what I just said? This is the treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch. Not to mention me, even a void transformation martial artist would be powerless, let alone a martial artist like me who has yet to step into the void transformation stage. Everyone was slightly embarrassed when they heard this. But when they heard the young girl, they finally confirmed one thing. That was, the young girl wasn't a demon. If she was a demon, then it was impossible for her to not possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage. Looks like this young girl ought to be a junior disciple from a formidable power in the foreign lands. She's already broken through to the void interpretation stage at such a young age. Exactly how formidable is the power she belongs to? The same thought emerged in the hearts of many people, and they were extremely shocked. This was even more shocking than the young girl being a demon. No matter how strong a demon was, it was still a lone figure, and it was usually in existence at the void transformation stage. Whereas a power that was capable of producing a 15 or 16-year-old void interpretation stage expert was obvious. Even if that power possessed a martial monarch stage expert, they wouldn't be surprised. A 15 or 16-year-old void interpretation stage expert, not to mention the Darkhan dynasty, even in the history of the various dynasties, such a figure had never appeared. It was even to the extent that a void interpretation stage expert below the age of 30 hadn't appeared in the various dynasties. Big brother Ling Tian, have you noticed anything? Xuanai looked at the nearby Duan Ling Tian and asked. The reason she asked this was mainly because she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly light up. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he stared at the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure before him and said slowly, according to legend, the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure is the 9 jade swords. I feel that if I want to open it, I have to start from the 9 jade swords. Humph. Han Xuanai hadn't spoken when the green-clothed old man that stood at the side of the entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure, Elder Hu that had come with Dong Ming, had already ridiculed. All of us know what you're talking about, not to mention there isn't even a single keyhole that can accommodate a jade sword on the door. Even if there really are 9 keyholes, how are you going to open it now that the 9 jade swords have already fused into one? Elder Hu's words obtained the agreement of many people including Dong Ming. Old bastard. Why are you interrupting when my big brother Ling Tian is speaking? If you're tired of living, then this young miss doesn't mind sending you on your way. Han Shuanai was displeased when she saw Elder Hu ridiculing Duan Ling Tian, and she exploded with rage. Since a young age, because of her special identity, besides a little sister of similar age, she didn't have any other friends amongst her peers. Practically all the other people of the same age looked up to her, and every single one of them was reverent and respectful to her. Every time she saw someone else being doted on by an older brother or sister, she would feel a wave of envy in her heart. Until she met Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't treat her like those people by her side in the past, and he completely treated her as a little sister, causing her to experience the warmth of an older brother for the first time. Since that time, she'd taken Duan Ling Tian to be her older brother, and she enjoyed the care and concern of her older brother. Now, someone actually dared ridicule her older brother? Whoosh! Along with Han Shuanai speaking, strands of coldness arose around her for no reason or rhyme. The coldness was extremely cold, and it swept out. For a moment, the seawater was turbulent, and it was greatly affected. After a while, some of the seawater at the bottom of the sea even condensed into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. The amount of ice shards was still increasing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the seawater around the bottom of the sea where everyone was at would condense into ice. Elder Hu's expression changed drastically. Only then did he remember how terrifying this young girl in yellow was. She wasn't someone he could deal with. Now, he wished he could slap himself in the face. Why did he have to say so much? He was simply asking for trouble. Young miss, I don't think this senior has any ill intentions. Someone looked at Han Shuanai and advised softly. Yes, this senior is also thinking for the common interests of everyone, so he's a little impulsive. Please calm down, young Mississippi. Many people followed suit. Now, in their eyes, this young girl in yellow in front of them was a living Yama who controlled their lives. If the young girl continued like this, they would undoubtedly become the burial objects of the old man in green. The extremely icy coldness was still ceaselessly rising. It probably wouldn't be long before the surrounding seawater would transform into ice, whereas, they would be frozen within it and have a slim chance of survival. Unless they left now and abandoned the Sword Monarch's treasure and everything within it. But how could they be willing to leave just like this? They'd been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now, everyone present hated Elder Hu to the extreme. If it wasn't for him, how could the young girl be enraged? Brother Ling Tian. Dong Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with a pleading expression. As far as he was concerned. Now, only Duan Ling Tian was capable of calming the young girl's rage. Forget it, Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly at the old man, then looked at Han Shuanai and said with a light smile, "There's no need to get angry with some people, just take his words as nonsense. Moreover, if a dog bites us, we can't bite it back, right? What difference would that make us from a dog?" Duan Ling Tian's words caused the gazes of everyone to become strange. Elder Hu's face went grim. This Duan Ling Tian said he was a dog? The corners of Han Shuanai's mouth trembled slightly as a trace of a smile appeared on her face. At the same time, the coldness on her body was restrained, but her eyes that were filled with rage still stared at Elder Hu. Apologize to Big Brother Ling Tian, otherwise, die. When everyone present heard Han Shuanai's furious and overbearing words, they felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't doubt the young girl's words in the slightest. They'd witnessed the young girl's strength with their own 2 eyes. Elder Hu's face went grim. She wanted him to apologize to someone that had just insulted him. As an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, he had his own dignity. But now, when he felt the killing intent contained within the young girl's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Especially now, when numerous rapid sound transmissions pierced into his ears. Without exception, all these voice transmissions were from everyone present, and all of them were advising him to apologize. This time, he'd obviously incurred the wrath of everyone. When they opened their eyes once more, they noticed that the 9 jade swords had actually perfectly fused together with the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Rumble, suddenly, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure trembled. A wave of rumbling clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, and it reverberated in their ears like thunder. The speed of sound traveling through the water wasn't the slightest bit slower than the speed of sound traveling through the air. At the same time, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure moved upwards and gradually vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. What's that? Origin Energy Light Barrier? It actually completely isolated the seawater outside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the others clearly noticed that after the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure was opened, a layer of translucent light barrier appeared before their eyes. Behind the light barrier was an expanse of gray and hazy, and it seemed as if there were dark and heavy clouds moving rhythmically, causing them to be unable to see the situation within clearly. It's an inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as his heart trembled slightly. Could it be that the martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure was an inscription master as well? First, it was the miraculous inscription formation that combined 9 swords into one and 9 swords into one. Now, it's an inscription formation that isolates the seawater. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. 2 types of inscription formations. The former was something that even Emperor Wu of Samsara hadn't touched upon all those years ago. Because of this, Emperor Wu of Samsara even felt regretful. On the other hand, the latter was comparatively more ordinary. So long as Duan Lingtian's strength was sufficient, and so long as he possessed sufficient materials, he would be able to set it up as well. Amazing. It's all thanks to Brother Ling Tian. Yeah, otherwise, we would probably be refused entry today. Instantly, everyone present looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed with admiration, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Even though Duan Ling Tian spoke of splitting a sword into 9 in a casual manner. But everyone present was experienced, so how could they be unable to discern that Duan Lingtian spoke half-heartedly? As far as they were concerned. If Duan Lingtian didn't make a move, then even if they arrived before the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure, they would probably be unable to enter. Humph. Right at this moment, Elder Hu, who stood in the distance, grunted coldly, and his figure flashed out to be the first to charge towards the light barrier formed by the inscription formation that isolated the seawater. Elder Hu's figure easily fused into the light barrier. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. The smile on Han Xuanai's face was restrained when she saw this scene, and her eyes flickered with cold lights. As the greatest contributor, Big Brother Ling Tian hasn't entered yet. This old bastard actually dares to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure before us. I hope I don't see him again, otherwise, I'll surely kill him. As Han Xuanai finished speaking, her tone was filled with ruthlessness. Yet this time, no one sympathized with Elder Hu. All of them felt that Elder Hu had gone too far. Amongst them included Dong Ming. Dong Ming glanced at Duan Ling Tian with slight embarrassment. Brother Ling Tian, I'm sorry. Elder Hu's temper is like this, I hope you can forgive him. How about this, since Elder Hu is the first to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure, for the sake of fairness, I'll be the last to enter amongst all of us. How about it? I advise you to stay away from him. If he encounters any treasure within the Sword Monarch's treasure, then a person like him might be the first to kill you and take the treasure for himself. Duan Ling Tian had an indifferent expression. As far as he was concerned, that old fellow would die sooner or later. He'd endured it over and over again, and it was none other than because he had the intention of allowing that old fellow to lead the way. Even though that old fellow was extremely detestable. But needless to say, his strength wasn't bad, and he was extremely useful within the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dong Ming sighed and didn't say anything further. Brother Ling Tian, young Miss Xuanai, please go ahead. Meanwhile, the others moved aside successively, and then they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai as they spoke. Xuanai, let's go in. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Xuanai, and then the two of them brought along the little gold mouse and two little pythons to fly towards the translucent light barrier at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure. During this entire process, the origin energy on Han Xuanai's body skyrocketed to envelop Duan Ling Tian as well, and she protected Duan Ling Tian as they passed through the light barrier and entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Before Han Xuanai entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, she didn't forget to instruct the three-eyed flame tiger. Big guy, obediently wait here for us to come out. If we don't see you when we come out, then I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle. So even if it's an origin shadow puppet with a cultivation at the void transformation stage, it wouldn't be able to develop a concept fragment. The records related to the origin shadow puppets in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. These 10+ origin shadow puppets only have a cultivation at the 4th level of the void initiation stage, and they who don't have concept to rely on are at most able to exert the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons. This old fellow is really looking for trouble, and he's actually wasting time with the origin shadow puppets. So long as the origin stones within the origin shadow inscription formation at the area he's at aren't completely exhausted, then the origin shadow puppets will never vanish. Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless towards Elder who's ceaselessly destroying the origin shadow puppets. This old fellow probably doesn't even know what an origin shadow puppet is. It would be great if I'm able to obtain some origin stones from this Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he felt slight anticipation. Origin stones were commonly used by foreign lands' martial artists to assist in their cultivation. Gold and silver were completely worthless in the foreign lands. The currency that circulated in the foreign lands wasn't gold and silver, but origin stones instead. When martial artists absorbed origin stones to cultivate, it was much more efficient than purely absorbing the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate. Some martial artists with high natural talent relied on origin stones to cultivate, and they even advanced by leaps and bounds. But unfortunately, the origin stones used to circulate the inscription formation aren't suitable for cultivation due to the structure of the inscription formation being disturbed. Otherwise, I could consider digging out the origin stones within the inscription formation here. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart and was slightly disappointed. Big brother Ling Tian, we don't have to pay attention to these silhouettes and directly walk in. These silhouettes are only origin shadow puppets, and they're unable to pose any threat to us. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. If an origin shadow puppet catches up to us, then we'll directly make a move and destroy it. So long as we leave the area of effect of the origin shadow inscription formation that condenses the origin shadow puppets, then the origin shadow puppets won't attack us again. Obviously, Han Xuanai knew about origin shadow puppets and even knew about the origin shadow inscription formation. Of course, she didn't know that Duan Ling Tian knew even more about this type of inscription formation than she did. But Duan Ling Tian didn't expose her and only replied, "All right." Swoosh. Swoosh. Their figures flashed out as if they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed out directly. After a short moment, they'd caught up to Elder Hu. If it was obtained by a martial artist that had comprehended sword concept, then that martial artist would rely on it to comprehend sword concept and advance by leaps and bounds. Even if it was a martial artist with low comprehension ability, the improvement in sword concept would far exceed those martial artists with extraordinary comprehension ability. If it was obtained by a martial artist with high comprehension ability, then the advancement in sword concept would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, Big Brother Ling Tian, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are unable to use it. Han Xuanai shook her head. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian's origin energy fused into the voice transmission jade slip, a steady voice sounded out. No matter who you are, since you've obtained the voice transmission jade slip, then you've passed the test of the first level of the cenotaph I left behind. The reward of the first level of the test is a sword concept soul fragment. So long as a martial artist that has comprehended sword concept relies on this soul fragment, then the martial artist will be able to swiftly advance their sword concept to third level advanced sword concept. The voice vanished at this point. Sword concept soul fragment? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at the sword-shaped fragment in Han Xuanai's hand. This sword-shaped fragment looked no different than an ordinary glass fragment, but when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched it, he was able to sense an extremely fierce aura sweep out and instantly disperse his spiritual force. Not only that. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt his vital energy and blood roil, and a sweetness rose from his throat that was difficult to restrain. Pooh! In the end, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong? No matter who it is, it's truly rare to be able to enter the second level of my cenotaph and pass the test of the 5 forces of nature. There's a total of 10 stairs in front of all of you. I presume all of you have seen it as well. These 10 stairs and the boxes on the small stone platforms beside them are all enveloped by the same inscription formation. Once one chooses to enter a certain staircase, one can't leave and can only continue walking. This inscription formation ought to be an inscription formation that combines the sound transmission inscription and various other inscriptions together, and it's capable of detecting the cultivation of others. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed the effect of the inscription formation he activated earlier. It was none other than detecting his cultivation and warning him through the sound transmission inscription. Even though this inscription formation is ordinary, it isn't something that anyone can set up. It at least requires a spiritual force at the martial monarch stage or above. With the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian knew the various inscription formations in detail. The sword monarch's voice didn't stop and continued. The third level of my cenotaph has a total of 6 tests. Amongst them, 3 tests one's wisdom and aren't dangerous in the slightest, the other 3 tests one's strength, and the slightest mistake might cause one to die directly. After arriving at the third level of the cenotaph, there's no path of retreat. Unless one passes through the 3 tests of strength, otherwise, the path that leads to the exit won't appear. The voice continued to sound out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel even more pressured. Won't appear? Doesn't that mean that if I'm unable to pass through the 3 tests of strength, then I'll be left here forever? Of the 6 tests, the first, third, and 5th tests one's wisdom, the second, 4th, and 6th tests one's strength. The person that passes all the tests first will obtain my inheritance. The voice sounded out once more, and it caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to be unable to help but light up. Inheritance? At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt his breathing become hurried. Never had he imagined that this sword monarch's treasure was actually set up by the martial monarch for the sake of his inheritance. He originally thought that it was only a small game of the martial monarch, and there weren't any precious treasures within. But now it would seem that he was wrong, extremely wrong. Wait. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. That martial monarch kept saying that this is his cenotaph. Isn't a cenotaph a place where the belongings of the dead are stored? Could it be that the martial monarch left behind a cenotaph before his death? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat became even faster, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Something left behind by a martial monarch before his death. Would it be something simple? Perhaps everything that the martial monarch left behind throughout his lifetime is here. But even though the rewards of the third level are numerous, they're divided into 10 portions. If I want to obtain the best reward, then I must be the first to pass through the 6 great tests set up by the martial monarch. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood calmed down. He knew that he had to rely on himself for everything that followed. Now, he was all alone. But according to the message left behind by the martial monarch, the tests of the third level were set up according to my cultivation. I presume that besides the 3 tests of wisdom, I'll be able to deal with the other 3 tests of strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, I'll begin the first test. Duan Lingtian knew that every moment and second was extremely precious now, and he had to pass through all the tests in the shortest amount of time. Only in this way would he be able to obtain the inheritance of the martial monarch. Would the inheritance left behind by the martial monarch be something simple? Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Perhaps, the martial monarch passed away here. If it's like this, then perhaps there's a profundity fragment within his skull. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood that had calmed down surged once more. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian held the grade 1 spirit sword tightly in his hand. According to the message left behind by the martial monarch earlier, the second test would be a test of strength. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't know exactly what the next test of strength would be, it was undoubtedly a test that would test his strength. Presently, as he held the grade 1 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian felt his confidence increase greatly. Presently, I'm able to exert the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and over 5,000 ancient mammoths by relying on the grade 1 spirit sword. If I utilize second-level wind concept, advanced lightning force, and elementary earth force, I'll gain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and over 2,000 ancient mammoths. Added together, it's the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons and over 7,000 ancient mammoths. Almost the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. Although the current earth puppet was still not something that Duan Lingtian could deal with. But the worry in Duan Lingtian's heart still dispersed greatly. At the very least, he was now completely sure that when the earth puppet exerted its full strength, it was only comparable to the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. Compared to him, it was only stronger by the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths. Whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to instantly tense. He knew that the earth puppet had approached him again. Whirlwind. He hurriedly swung his sword backwards, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Clang! After the earth puppet's fist that was like a cannonball blasted the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand away once more, its momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it blasted onto the cavern wall at the side with a bang, shaking the cavern wall to the point stone fragments flew into the air, and hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the wall. It really hurts. Duan Lingtian felt the intense pain that came from the web between his thumb and index finger, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he frowned. Whoosh! Right at this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the earth puppet turned around and charged towards him. The body of this earth puppet seems to be heavy, yet its speed isn't slow. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently descended onto the feet of the earth puppet. Presently, the earth puppet had flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and its feet rubbed against the ground and flickered with numerous sparks that were like bolts of lightning. These strands of sparks were imprinted within Duan Lingtian's eyes and infinitely enlarged, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become slightly dumbstruck. Lightning! Lightning, Duan Lingtian muttered, and he seemed to have obtained some sort of comprehension. It seemed as if an instant had passed, yet also seemed as if a century had passed. I understand now. So it turns out that I've taken a wrong path in the past. It's true that lightning belongs to the energy of nature, but it's formed through a certain method as well. That method is similar to friction. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Right at this moment, the earth puppet had already arrived before Duan Lingtian, and its fist was ceaselessly enlarging before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It seemed as if it would smash Duan Lingtian flying in the blink of an eye. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively, and he even didn't have the thought of dodging. Sword drawing arts. In the time it took for a bolt of lightning to flash out, the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out like a shadow, and it moved to intercept the fist of the earth puppet that smashed towards him. In practically an instant, the origin energy and second-level wind concept within Duan Lingtian's body easily fused into the spirit sword. It wasn't just that. Strands of lightning flashed out along with it. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air beside the 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes. Lightning concept. First-level elementary lightning concept. Swish! An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out, and when the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand touched the fist of the earth puppet once more, it wasn't blasted away. Instead, it slashed the fist of the earth puppet off like cutting tofu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body moved slightly. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. He easily dodged the fist of the earth puppet that was brought out by inertia after being cut off. Bang! The fist that left the body of the earth puppet fiercely smashed onto the wall behind it, and it actually directly embedded itself into the wall. Cracks extended out in the surroundings of the fist, and it seemed to have formed a spider web. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian. Swish! 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 With a raise of his hand, the sword lights in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have transformed into a rain that covered the sky, and it descended bit by bit onto the body of the earth puppet. At this moment, the body of the earth puppet that Duan Lingtian was originally unable to injure in the slightest seemed to have become exceedingly weak tofu, and it was easily shattered into over 100 pieces by Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 The remnants of the earth puppet fell to the ground successively, and they were numerous solid earthen yellow rocks. At the same time, an earthen yellow fragment appeared within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and it fell along with the numerous earthen yellow rocks. Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw this earthen yellow fragment, and his gaze abruptly lit up. 7th level Advanced Earth Concept Fragment. This concept fragment was even better than the 6th level Advanced Lightning Concept Fragment that Little Gold obtained earlier. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning to grab the Earth Concept Fragment in his hand, and his mood surged. Right at this moment, the voice of the martial monarch sounded out from the Earth concept fragment and entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Congratulations on passing the 4th test. The 5th test is activated by walking 9 steps backward and 3 steps to the left. Obviously, the sound condensing inscription left behind by the martial monarch was within the Earth concept fragment. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the concept fragment in his hand for a while. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he put it away in his spatial ring as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. This time, it was all thanks to this earth puppet that I was able to comprehend lightning concept in a hurry. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the earth puppet that had shattered into over 100 pieces beneath his feet. He could imagine. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, it would be impossible for him to destroy the earth puppet and obtain the earth concept fragment. There are still 2 more tests. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian continued towards the 5th test. The 5th test was the test of wisdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place the martial monarch spoke of and activated the inscription formation. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and everything in his surroundings underwent a tremendous change. This place wasn't that cavern any longer. Instead, it was a dazzling palace. Illusory space? At the first possible moment, this thought abruptly emerged within Duan Lingtian's heart. Chapter 620. 1,000 Illusions. A dim light flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes as he hastily utilized his soul skill. Now, he was purely treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. He didn't have the slightest confidence in his ability to break through this illusory space with his soul skill 1,000 Illusions. At this instant, Duan Lingtian constructed an illusory space and enveloped himself. In the next moment, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes changed, and a boundless grassland appeared, and it was covered in fresh and crisp grass. A light breeze that carried the fragrance of grass blew over, causing one to feel refreshed and relaxed. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and it was as if the earth was quaking. Following which, under his gaze, the illusory space created by the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, shattered into pieces. Along with it, the dazzling palace shattered as well. It was also the 5th test of wisdom left behind by the martial monarch. Congratulations, you've passed the 5th test. So long as you defeat the mirror puppet and pass the 6th test, which is also the final test, you'll be able to directly obtain my inheritance and leave this place. The martial monarch's voice sounded out from all directions, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I passed just like that? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, he was still slightly unable to recover from his shock. Earlier, when he utilized his soul skill 1,000 Illusions, he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to break through the illusory space left behind by the martial monarch. The outcome now was slightly unexpected to him. Mirror puppet. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he took a deep breath as slight fear appeared in his eyes. All along the way, he'd already experienced 2 tests of strength. The first test of strength was the 100 pure ghastly puppets that he'd single-handedly slaughtered. The second test of strength was the earth puppet that possessed abnormal offensive and defensive strength. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, he would probably be unable to pass that test. From his previous experiences, this test of strength would become more and more difficult as he progressed. Now, he would face the 3rd test of strength, and it was also the final test. There's no doubt that this mirror puppet is stronger than the earth puppet. But I wonder how strong it is. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. But at this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a fierce aura coming from ahead. When he raised his head and looked ahead, he was completely stunned. Heavens! What did he see? Now, in front of Duan Lingtian, a person appeared out of thin air. To be more precise, it was a young man in purple. What shocked Duan Lingtian was that this purple-clothed youth seemed to be carved from the same mold as him. Even the details were almost identical. Regardless of appearance or height, there was no difference. Most importantly, there was an extremely ugly sword in the violet-clothed young man's hand. This sword base was exactly the same as the Grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was sure that there was absolutely nothing like a mirror before him. Moreover, his Grade 1 spirit sword was currently lying within his spatial ring. His eyes. Duan Lingtian, who felt extreme shock, raised his head slightly and looked at the eyes of the violet-clothed young man that looked exactly like him. The violet-clothed young man's eyes were empty and lusterless, and his entire body was stiff as if he didn't have a soul. This is a mirror inscription formation? The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly obtained an answer. The mirror inscription formation was an extremely profound and unfathomable inscription formation. Normally speaking, only an inscription master at the martial monarch stage or above was able to set it up. This type of inscription formation was extremely overbearing, and it was a great tool to trick others. No matter who it was, so long as one stepped into the mirror inscription formation, one would encounter a mirror puppet that looked exactly like him and possessed all his abilities. Besides not having a soul, being unable to execute soul skills, and being immune to soul skills. This mirror puppet is practically no different from me. No matter if it's my ability or my battle instinct. Duan Lingtian looked at the mirror puppet before him and couldn't help but gasp. The most terrifying thing is that this mirror puppet will instantly undergo a transformation along with me. For example, when I faced the earth puppet earlier, I was only able to destroy it after I hastily comprehended lightning concept. Whereas if I were to fight my mirror puppet and comprehend an even higher level of concept, its concept would transform along with it. This is an opponent with a strength that's exactly the same as mine. The most terrifying thing is that it doesn't have a soul or thoughts, and it doesn't know fear at all. In its world, there's only slaughter. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with fear. He knew that he would at most be able to fight an existence like this to a draw, and it was practically impossible for him to defeat the mirror puppet. If I could choose for myself, I would rather face 10 earth golems than my own mirror golem. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a fierce aura assault his face from ahead. It was his mirror puppet that had made a move against him. Swoosh! The mirror puppet's figure flashed and directly executed the high-grade earth rank movement technique it was most familiar with, pursuing shadow, and it arrived before Qianxi in the blink of an eye. Sword drawing arts. The same sword drawing arts was executed by the mirror puppet without the slightest bit of disharmony. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning followed him like a shadow. It wasn't just that, the sword light even contained the second-level wind concept, first-level lightning concept, and elementary earth force that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. The icy coldness that assaulted his face caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but shiver. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian hastily dodged, and the exceedingly swift sword light practically brushed past his face as it descended. An inconspicuous white mark appeared on his face. This dangerous scene caused Duan Lingtian to instantly return to his senses. Whoosh! An extremely ugly sword base appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it was precisely the Grade 1 spirit sword he'd obtained in the first test. Those inscription formations were all within the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The only exception was the Split Unite inscription pattern formation. The split unite inscription formation was the key to the sword monarch's treasure, and the inscription formation contained within the jade sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this inscription formation that the jade sword was able to be divided into 9 swords, and the 9 swords could combine into one. There's also this sword skill. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian moved his attention to the sword skill left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch. This sword skill was actually a heaven-rank sword skill. It stressed upon dividing a spirit sword into 9 and controlling the 9 spirit swords to fight the enemy. This sword skill needs to be combined with the split unite inscription formation. But the white-clothed sword monarch inscribed the split unite inscription formation on his weapon, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the spirit sword in the hand of the white-clothed sword monarch. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lightly took the spirit sword in his hand. Relying on the delight left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch, Duan Lingtian was extremely casual and easy in controlling the split unite inscription formation. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook as his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword flashed with a strong light and transformed into 9 swords. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is interesting. It actually needs to be combined with the sword control technique. But this sword control technique requires the combination of spiritual force to execute. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he copied the sword control technique, and with a raise of his hand, he tossed the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords into the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out to envelop the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, and he intended to control these spirit swords to float in the air. But unfortunately, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was only barely able to make one spirit sword float in the air. Moreover, it was even swaying and might fall at any moment. As for the other spirit swords, they directly fell to the ground and emitted a wave of clamorous sounds. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is slightly interesting. When 9 swords are executed in unison, even though it's unable to overlap their strength, the 9 swords attack from all directions, and it's impossible to guard against. Duan Lingtian had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, so his discerning gaze was unique and realized that the 9 tribulation sword control technique wasn't simple. To a certain extent, this 9 tribulation sword control technique was not inferior to the best heaven rank high grade martial skill in Samsara Emperor Wu's memory, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a heaven rank high grade martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated. After cultivating this cultivation technique to the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, one could begin to cultivate it, and its might was extremely terrifying. With my current strength, no matter if it's the 9 Tribulation Sword Control technique or the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, it's difficult for me to cultivate them. I'll think about this in the future. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze once again descended onto the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords. His spiritual force extended out and touched the inscription formation in one of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords. Instantly, the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords merged into one again. Chapter 625. After a short moment, the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were within the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1000 illusions, had all killed each other to the point of being heavily injured. The three of them were barely able to stand still and stood in a triangular confrontation, and they were out of breath. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang sounded out, and it drew the attention of Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming. As for the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists, they seemed as if they didn't hear anything. Duan Lingtian glanced over. The distant cavern wall suddenly collapsed, and a stone door appeared within it. Along with the stone door rising, a beautiful figure walked out with large strides to appear before his eyes. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he saw the yellow-clothed young woman that walked out slowly. The young woman was precisely Han Xuanai. Big brother Ling Tian. The young woman originally had a worried expression, yet when she saw Duan Lingtian, she squeezed out a trace of a smile. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked with slight worry when he saw Xuanai was slightly off. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm really useless. There are a total of 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, yet I actually failed 2 of them. Xuanai had a long face as she spoke with a dejected expression. Which 2 tests did you fail? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was the first test of choosing a grade 1 spirit sword, I failed. Then the last test was challenging the mirror puppet, and I only fought it to a tie, and it ended in failure in the end. As Han Xuanai finished speaking, she had an unwilling expression. That fellow knew all my abilities, and I was utterly unable to do anything to it. Han Xuanai spoke casually here. But when it entered Dong Ming's ears, it instead caused him to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned. Grade 1 spirit sword? To Dong Ming, there was a certain level of difficulty in obtaining a grade 5 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit sword almost caused his heart to jump out of his chest. Then did you choose a grade 2 spirit sword or a grade 3 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A 2nd grade spirit sword. Han Xuanai was crestfallen. A 2nd grade spirit sword? Dong Ming was stunned again. Why was this young girl so unhappy after obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword? As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. In his opinion. If it were him, not to mention obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword, even if he obtained a 3rd grade spirit sword, he would be so happy that he would not be able to sleep for a few days. A 2nd grade spirit sword is not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. I'm not looking down on its grade. Han Xuanai shook her head. I only wanted to pass that test. No matter if I chose a 2nd grade spirit sword or a 3rd grade spirit sword, it would still be a failure. In my eyes, there is no difference between the 2. Hearing Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like Xuanai's background is really unfathomable, and she doesn't even take a grade 2 spirit sword seriously. Brother Lingtian, what are they doing? In next to no time, Han Xuanai recovered and became full of vitality. When she saw the 3 people that were in fierce battle nearby, she couldn't help but be stunned. They? Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. They wanted to kill me, so I slightly used some tricks on them. Brother Lingtian, you even know soul skills? Han Xuanai exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists that had empty gazes as they battled together. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Han Xuanai was able to discern that he'd done something. What a joke. Xuanai was a member of a great power in the foreign lands after all, and it wasn't strange for her to recognize a soul skill. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Han Xuanai instantly looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration when she heard this. Brother Lingtian, you're really formidable. I've never heard of a human martial artist being able to execute a soul skill before becoming an Emperor Wu. My luck is good and I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian smiled. The nearby Dong Ming was instead unable to wrap his head around it. Soul skill? Emperor Wu? He'd never seen or heard of the former. He'd only heard of the latter, and he knew that it was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Brother Lingtian seems to know some sort of soul skill. And that soul skill is something that human martial artists can only execute after becoming an Emperor Wu? This was the logic that Dong Ming had summarized after sorting it out. This brother Ling Tian is really surprising. The corners of Dong Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was chatting cheerfully with the young woman, and as he finished muttering, he didn't know how to describe the shock Duan Ling Tian brought to him. Brother Ling Tian, why did they want to kill you? Han Xuanai asked. They saw me come out from the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, so they coveted the things I obtained there, and they wanted to kill me and seize my treasures. In the end, it became like this. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he shrugged and had an expression of, "It's none of my business." Brother Ling Tian, you're too merciful. They wanted to kill you, yet you still let them live for so long. Han Xuanai lightly shook her head. Subsequently, under the astounded gazes of Duan Ling Tian and Dong Ming, Han Xuanai suddenly raised her hand. Along with Han Xuanai slowly pushing out her hand. Whoosh! A wave of extremely icy cold wind swept out to envelop the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle, and it froze them into ice sculptures. The 3 ice sculptures were of various shapes and were lifelike. They're an eyesore. Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at the 3 ice sculptures, and her hand lightly shook. Instantly, 3 fine needles condensed from ice condensed into form and whistled out. Swish! 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 The ice needles respectively collided with the 3 ice sculptures, causing them to directly shatter and collapse. The 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists within the ice sculptures were deader than dead. After doing all this, Han Xuanai instead seemed as if nothing had happened, and her gaze descended onto the 3 people that lay in pools of blood. Why have these 3 people died as well? I recognize them. Brother Ling Tian, you'd once kindly helped them earlier and allowed them to take refuge on the big guy's back. They were killed by me. If the 3-eyed flame tiger was willing, it was entirely capable of dominating this expanse of sea with its formidable strength. Big fellow, let's return to the Darkstone Empire first. Duan Ling Tian said to the 3-eyed flame tiger. He intended to send Dong Ming back first before returning to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Unknowingly, another few months have passed. The dynasty martial competition is getting closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the direction of the Dark Han dynasty, and his gaze flickered as he muttered in his heart. After notifying Xuanai and Dong Ming, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger and started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. At the same time, a milky white stone appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and it was precisely the low-grade origin stone he'd obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Presently, Duan Ling Tian held the low-grade origin stone and absorbed the condensed spirit energy within the origin stone to cultivate, causing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it couldn't be compared to before. As he felt the vast origin energy within his body, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile. Low-grade origin stones were completely exhausted by Duan Ling Tian one after another.